It's match day 7 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. We are at the Tafawa Balewa Square for a clash between Namibia and Kenya. And the two teams at the toss. Kenya winning the toss and electing to bat first. A very, very happy captain, Yash Gohil, when he won that toss. He made sure that they want to stay with the superstition, because all the teams that have won here at the TBS Oval have always batted first. So he was very, very happy when he won that toss. And there should be an interesting clash between a team in second place, Namibia, and a team that is in third position. The Kenyan team unchanged for this particular clash, as well as the Namibian team as well. Both of them playing unchanged teams. Both teams playing for an outside chance to make sure that they can go past Tanzania, who are in prime position to go to the World Cup. They will be keeping an eye on what is happening at the Unilag Oval, where Tanzania are taking on Sierra Leone. But the here now is that at the TBS Oval, Namibia will be taking on Kenya. Kenya winning the toss and electing to bat first. My name is Dennis Musali, and I'm going to start off this commentary with Peter. Peter, I don't want to butcher your second name, but you'll have to help me. But I'm going to start off this game with Peter for this match day number 7 of action here at the TBS Square. Peter, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Dennis. My name is actually Peter Oladeshu.
Peter Oladeshu. Should greet you in Nigeria now.
Ekaro.
Ekaro, yes.
Ekaro.
How far now? That is how you guys normally greet. But
how you do? Yeah, you'll get used to it. You get the hang of it eventually.
No. I'm now Lagosian. After surviving the last 2 days of traffic, I'm now Lagosian. But this should be a very, very good game between Kenya and Namibia. Do you think something miraculous can happen today, and one of these sides somehow sneaks into the World Cup?
Kenya tried to break the jinx last time on this pitch against Tanzania. Couldn't.
The first ball of the day, some very good carry there through to the keeper. Namibia getting things going already.
Yeah, they couldn't. We know that the Namibia side is better at the batting compared to the Kenyan side. So it remains to see if the batting side of Kenya can put something competitive that wouldn't have to see Namibia come from behind and break the jinx and get their first victory on this ground.
Dan Brasso opening the ball, taking the new ball for Namibia from the Court of Appeal end. Ryan Kasam and Aditya Vikaria out to open the batting for the Kenyans. Aditya has had a lean spell throughout the whole tournament. But when I was speaking to the Kenyan technical team, they mentioned that Aditya's actually their leading run scorer before they came into the qualifiers. He's just had his struggles at the top, and they feel that they've lacked runs throughout the whole tournament because he's had some poor form. Pitched up and in the slot there by Ran Kasam. Very, very good and composed Ran Kasam. Takes his time, and he likes to drop anchor. But of the three teams that are chasing World Cup glory, which one has been your pick of the teams, Peter?
My pick initially was in Tanzania. I felt that Kenya was going to actually come in and, seal that slot themselves. Tanzania, on the other hand.
Again in the slot, good stuff there from Jack Brassel, whose elder brother also plays for the Eagles of Namibia. Was one of the boys who helped Namibia qualify for the previous Under-19 World Cup in Tanzania. Good to see that the game runs in the family.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Namibia is starting off strong with the bowling, as you can see. If this partnership can be, or if Ryan can actually start clicking, Dillian had actually struggled with that prior to the last game against Kenya, where he picked up, and that was good enough for them to seal the win against Kenya. If there's any time for Ryan to pick up, it's now.
Swing and a miss, one outside of stump. Flashing blade there for Ryan. Final day of the final games for the teams, because the final match day will be tomorrow, where the two teams that are racing today will be in action. Nigeria taking on the Baby Cricket Cranes of Uganda. But that's sort of a dead rubber. There's not so much to chase for those two teams. This today should seal the deal for whoever will represent the rest of Africa at the Under-19 World Cup. Again, no power in the shot there from Ran Kasam. Lines up the ball well, but sometimes his shots lack power. But he completely lines up the ball well. Just a 1 run after 1 over. Kenya is 1 for Nolos. Max Hengo from the pavilion end. No connection from Aditya, his first ball. Again, very good right up in the slot. All the bowlers who've been bowling from the pavilion end and have made sure they are bowling wicket to wicket, they've been rewarded.
And for reason, Namibia has stuck with the same tactics, starting off with the pace and then bringing in the spin in the middle.
Up-ish, but that will fly away. And that, oh, what a fielding effort. Brilliant stuff there from the man on the boundary. Nearly stopped me from saying the things that I wanted to say. I was about to say that goes to the ropes, but I won't get there this time.
Yeah, look at that lovely play. Just cuts it behind. Dan Brasso finishing off with a very good over. Made a very wonderful stop at that boundary to prevent an extra run climbing the board for Kenya.
They don't bother with their PL height. But Daniel Brasso with a good fielding effort. It's good to see that there is commitments in this Namibian team. Both captains mentioning that they just want to do what they have to do here. And then they would let fate decide whatever happens in the other game. You just never know. Tanzania should be the nervous team. They've been here before in 2021 when Uganda broke their hearts.
If this will actually be a memorable event, a memorable time for Tanzania. They've worked really, really hard, coming all the way from Division 2, coming to Division 1 and winning almost immediately.
Yeah, power shot there from Aditya, but straight to the fielder.
You see that young Tanzanian side. I think their secret weapon was the balance in the team. Everybody contributed with the bat and so with the ball, and that resulted to a lot of,
Into the surface there from Max, but nothing given from Eno Jacobs from South Africa and Patrick Makumbi Msoke from Uganda, who are in charge of this particular clash. Get the feeling, Peter, here that everyone sort of has a soft spot here for Tanzania. They would really want to see Tanzania being the team going through to their maiden Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, what matters is we get the best representative from the continent to go to that stage and represent.
Wides indicated.
And getting that, Tanzania have shown that they are the best side to go and represent this continent. And so we expect them to go and put up a very worthy performance for us. Coming all the way from Division 2 and going to the World Cup immediately, it's definitely a very big feat that Tanzania has managed to achieve. So we seeing them there, we expect a lot.
Yeah, very true, Peter. And like I mentioned to someone that the World Cup is not an invitational tournament, so definitely Tanzania have earned the right to be at that World Cup. 2 overs gone, Kenya 4 for Nolos. Full tosser from Brussels, not punished. Ran Kasim takes his time really. But one of the undoings for Kenya in that game that they needed to win against Tanzania was with the way they batted. They really batted in one gear throughout the whole game. They were scoring just one run every over up to until about the 40th over. Even if they were chasing a small total, I think that never helped matters. So they need to find a way of showing intent when they're out there. They can't just, it can't be a blockathon. You need to score runs.
Yeah, the last 3 matches we've had on this ground, we've seen teams actually go ball to runs ratio coming on par, and that proved difficult as the batters at the tail end started to swing out of due to pressure and lose the wickets early. It first happened between Tanzania and Namibia when Namibia looked to be on the verge of victory, and then the balls to runs ratio came on par. It happened Nigeria versus Kenya, and it happened again Kenya versus Tanzania. If that keeps happening in this tournament, it's going to be more of a problem. So Kenya need to put something on the board, and Namibia wants to restrict them from doing that.
And a swing and a miss here from Ran Kasam, no connection. Yeah, you made a good point there, Peter. It's just that they need to make sure that they get to score some runs. The superstition might have been that all the teams that have batted first have won on this ground, but at least have been pulling on some good totals. So it doesn't mean that if you score anything less than 100, you pick up the win, because the teams batting second have not been able to chase down totals. Very, very tidy there from Brussels. Everyone seems to be taking their time. Namibians, of course, would want to be in their own World Cup. They are hosting, they are co-hosts with Zimbabwe over the 2026 Under-19 World Cup. So it would mean a great deal if they're actually in that particular World Cup. I think the problem for them is that destiny is not in their own hands, and they will need some big favor from Sierra Leone for them to be able to get into the World Cup. But that concludes the third over, 4 for Nolos Kenya. Good areas there from Max Hengo. Has been very, very good. Not just with the ball, but with the bat as well. He scored some valuable runs at the back end. I think his rescue act in the game against Nigeria on the first match day helped Namibia big time to get that result. Again, and a swing and a miss. Small man Aditya, but doesn't show any fear. Clipped off the pads there from Aditya. Should get a comfortable double. He has to get in very quickly. Big side of the ground, so the 2 is very easy.
Now that the pace is in from Namibia, and the bowlers are actually bowling away from the stumps more often, Aditya and Ryan will need to just put their bat where the balls are and get those balls in directions.
Very, very strange ball there from Max Hengo into the pitch, and then just sort of tennis ball bounce looped over Aditya's head. That's a sort of surface here, the TBS, not very, very kind to medium pacers. You need to work a lot for you to get anything out of the pitch. Beautiful delivery there from Max. Mixed everything, but good work there from the keeper, Liam Basson. See that on the replay again. Top quality delivery there from Max Hengo.
Just had too much swing behind that ball. If it was a straight ball to the stumps, that was definitely going to take out the leg stump.
Yeah, pops up but will land kindly. I don't think of taking a single. Second last day of this ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. And it's been such a beautiful, beautiful tournament. High-level cricket from all the 6 nations. The top 3 will maintain their status as Div 1 teams. The other 3 will drop down. Big swing there from Aditya. Land safely. The cleanup there from Daniel Bresso. That should conclude the 4th over 8 for no loss. Daniel will continue from the Court of Appeal end. And for the first time to Aditya, much better there from Aditya. More sort of intent to try and score runs. I think they two complement each other very well. Ryan Kasam, very, very solid in technique, while Aditya looks to be the aggressor as always. Up-ish, but again, not too much conviction in the shot there from Ryan Kasam.
I think I can see what the Namibians are doing here. They send Max Hango to come for the stumps, and Dan Barcel pulls away from the stumps. The both bowlers come in with 2 different tactical approach to the batters, leaving the batters in confusion as to what is happening next. I feel that they should have picked up by now.
And you can see the Namibians really get very tight when Ryan Kasam is on strike. The Kenyan parents still in very loud voice. They've been here throughout the whole tournament cheering for the team, which has been very, very good to see. But as well, the Namibian parents have also been around. So the support for both teams has been available. And at the back end of that game, they looked like they were walking away. I think they had thought they had given up on the win, and just before they got out of the gate, they realized that they've been able to pick the wicket and win the game. They were very, very excited.
Yeah, you know, when Ramon Ali was in the crease and had a quick 50, it seemed like what Nigeria needed was just, some calmness. I think Ramon Ali let that 50 get into his head. He went out very quickly, and the rest of the batters, the batting order, couldn't do much to complement what he did.
Yeah, it's I think it's the exuberance of youth. You get content by small things. That's for you, not for me. You can say we've been able to. There are how many 50s, how many 5ers. Still into the power play, 5th over coming to an end. Very well played there by Ran Kassam. Soft hands, just lets the ball run off the face of the bat. And that should conclude our 5th over. 9 for no loss. Max Hengo continues from the pavilion end. Big shot loading, but put down the chance. Ran Kassam couldn't get enough over the fielder's head. First time he sort of played a shot out of anger. Just never had too much power in the shot.
Took that ball to the mid-on. Wijan Tian could have done a better job at holding on to that ball. That ball, there was not too much power with it. Was dropping downwards towards him. Think he just overstretched and let that ball drop.
Yeah, Christian Vandamawa, the guilty party. I don't know, maybe he got, I don't know if it's a sun that you can see him there. Maybe it's a sun that got in his way, but he's putting on some nice shades. Very well played there by by Aditya.
I think Blue Butters are doing better than they did in the last game. With both of them only having a 7-run partnership before getting dismembered by Tanzania.
Swing and a miss from Aditya. Ran Kassam just telling him to try and connect on the offside rather than trying to go across the line. Yeah, extras, wides indicated by Eno Jacobs. A lot of work to do here from Max when you're bowling from the pavilion end. We're going up the hill, so you need to put in a lot of work.
A lot of work, a lot of swing from Max Hengo. I think Max Hengo had a little bit of shuffle there. Just had to stop, hold midway, and walk back to his run-up.
Time goes straight, and a more difficult chance this time is taken by Christian Vandamawa. He's able to hold on, hit straight to him, came to him with some venom in it, but Christian Vandamawa is able to snap up the chance. In the slot, shot was on for Aditya, just never got the height over Christian Vandamawa, who takes a very good catch. Kenya lose their first here 12-1. New batter Yuvraj Batiani comes in for the Kenya, for Team Kenya. 12 for 1 is where Kenya is. A wicket there for Max Hengo. Should be leg byes, but they will take the 1 run, and that will conclude the 6th over. 12 for 1. Very good catch from Christian Vandamawa. A more difficult chance. He had put down Ryan Kasam in that same over, but this time he holds on to a difficult opportunity. Daniel Brasso will continue from the Court of Appeal end. Soft hands from Yuvraj. We'll get just a single.
You know something, Danny? Dan Brazo hasn't really picked up much wickets in this tournament, but it's been really good when called upon with the ball. He's taken just 3 wickets so far. But in terms of keeping the batters at bay, he's done real that, and Max Hango compliments.
Yeah, exactly. They say people bat in partnerships, but you also you need to bowl in partnerships. I think Daniel just makes sure he keeps it very, very tight. He dries up the runs from one end, and that allows Max the opportunity to keep attacking the batters and pick up wickets.
Yeah, Max Hango picking up the wickets now, sent him to 9 in total. He's just 1 behind the current Raymond Francis, who was the man of the match in the last game against this same Kenyan side.
And with the way medium pacers have really struggled to bowl on the surfaces in Lagos, if someone is among your leading wicket takers and is a medium pacer, that shows how good they are.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Neodosia has been for Kenya, coming in with the medium pace, getting that wicket. He's claimed the man of the match award in this tournament that has been basically dominated by spin bowlers.
On the pads, and a class shot there from Ryan Kasam through mid wicket and to the boundary.
Yeah, you can tell how much that one means. Finally attacking the stumps, but went way too much to the leg, and all Ryan had to do was just swing his bat, but went straight to the deep mid wicket region and towards the boundary. It's the first boundary for Kenya. Yes. Dan Brasso has gone back to his line now. He's left the wicket job for Max Hangu, and he's focused on keeping that ball outside of the stumps.
Yeah, I don't know why you need to change what's working. Normally that's what we do in Kampala. What's what we say in Kampala. If what's working, why do you need to change? Oh, completely misfielded. The captain, the guilty party there, Francois Duplessis. And the ball beats him to the chest. Goes all the way to the boundary. 2 boundaries in this over. A good one, Team Kenya.
Yeah, when you feel that mid-off, you need to be very, very good at stopping the ball. You need to be very precise, because any single mistake and you can see the opponent score an extra run. In this case, Fav let it go all the way to the boundary, and Kenya finished strong in this last over, in the 7th over, getting 2 runs for a total of 1 wicket loss. Look at that again. That ball was very, very stoppable. Let that ball go past in between his leg. Couldn't come down with his barrier quickly, and he had to do the chasing, the goose chase.
Yeah, soft hands there from Yuvraj. Max Hengo continuing from the pavilion end. 9 wickets for him in the tournament. The spinners have been very, very dominant, but for him as a medium pacer, he's been able to always break partnerships, and he was a hero for the team when they defeated Nigeria on match day number 1. Again, more soft hands from Yuvraj. Kenya now slowly but surely starting to engage second gear. 22 for 1 after 7.2.
The last over was really an expensive one. 2 boundaries, very much 2 needed boundaries, and Yuvraj will want to do as well as complement Ryan. That ball sends Yuvraj going to play on the back foot, just having to pull his bat to very close to his body. Couldn't do too much, and the ball ends up in the hands of the point fielder. Dot ball. 3 dots in a row. Max Hengo is been consistent in this tournament, been consistent in this game especially, keeping the runs at bay. 3.4, 3.3 balls bowled, and still very little runs considered.
And a flashing blade, some width on off, and that should race away to the boundary. Max Hengo offers room, and Aditya with a good extension of the arms pick up the boundary.
Don't pull that ball there, that is not your job. I think Max Hengo has not adjusted to the fact that it is Yuvraj who is in the crease now, no longer Aditya, and he put that ball just where Yuvraj loves to play, and Yuvraj sent him, punished him. You can look at the Kenyan families by the cricket lab, you see how happy they are about that boundary.
Better application today from the Kenyan batters. Much better application. Those are the Kenyan fans. You can see they are led by JB, who's been very, very vocal with that vuvuzela. He's been the loudest, making a lot of noise for Team Kenya. You can see Sarah Bakita as well, showing her allegiance to her home country. But these days, her bill is being paid by the Nigeria Cricket Federation. Eight overs gone, 26 for 1. And a bowling change for Namibia, and from the Court of Appeal end, Ruan Van Vuren comes into the attack.
This is the perfect time to come and start with spin. Ryan Kazam, even though he's not really been scoring too many runs off the bat, but he's been very good at staying there, despite being the opener. He's been very good at staying there, seeing wickets fall, and this is the best time for him to actually stay there and put the runs on the board. A little bit of slip up from Ruan, couldn't hold on to that ball. Luckily, the fielder mid-on was quick to back him up, cover it, and prevent a run off that ball.
Wicket time. That somehow manages to go through the defenses of Ryan Kasam. He's very surprised as well because it was right up there in the slot, but it dipped onto him and just took out leg stump.
He stepped away from that ball, give that ball enough space to actually swing in. That is why you react on time in these kind of situations. And now Ryan Kazam has to walk out unless Stian Smith come in. It's to start losing wickets. Look at that ball again. Definitely was going to the leg stump. You've seen it, and he stepped out of the way, and you do not want to do that because at that point you lose more control on the swing of the bat, and that is what has happened to Ryan Kazam.
Yeah, it's sort of everyone looked surprised here by the wicket. 26 for 2 Kenya. At the University of Lagos Oval, where Tanzania are taking on Sierra Leone, they are 22 for 1. Tanzania only need to do well. Even if they don't win, they just need to do well. Because they have a superior net run rate to both Namibia and Kenya. All the three teams can finish on the same number of points and just still be separated by net run rate. But I think Tanzania will be looking at finishing the tournament as the only unbeaten sides. Up-ish. But the man standing down, Stian Smith gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, Tanzania was the only game where Stian Smith didn't get into double figures before getting dismissed. He's been doing well against spin bowlers, just didn't do well enough against the spin bowlers of Tanzania. And let's see if he's going to better the last game or fall into the same trap.
Yeah, he played a very loose shot at the beginning of his innings, and that led to his downfall. Is really the anchor for the Kenyan team. Once he departed, the runs completely just dried up for them, and in the end, they were not able to mount any challenge. Good vows over to start of things there from Rowan Van Voren, a wicket as well, and just a 1 run given away. Nine overs gone, 27 for 2 Kenya. Eric Herman Levitt will take the ball from the pavilion end, replacing Max Hengo. Stian Smith will have to play an inning of his life just to make sure he can help support the team.
Has 5 wickets to his name so far in this tournament, 2 in the first game, 2 in the second game. He's also the first Namibian player to win man of the match on this ground.
And like you mentioned, Peter, that the Namibians start off with their medium pace bowlers before they sort of transition into their spinners. So there's going to be a very big shift being put in by their slow bowlers. Because unless otherwise, usually Max will come back at the back end when all the spinners have gone through their overs. They take on the arm of Mike Sengo, who does very well to cut off the ball. Big side of the ground. If it had beaten him, there would have been an easy chance to pick up 2. Much better here from the Kenyans.
Yeah, Stan Smith has shown so much patience, unlike usually where he starts to blow big. I think the last game against Tanzania still put a scar on him, and so he is still hot about getting dismissed way too early. And let's just see how the rest of the games go, because it's the end of the power play now. 29 on the board for 2 wickets lost. Quickly to the batting scorecard, Ryan Kazam finally got bowled with 10 runs of 26 balls with Aditya, his pair who started with him, went out for 6 after 16 balls faced. Yuvraj, Batiani and Stan Smith are the 2 batters in the crease with 6 runs and 2 runs respectively. 5 extras bowled so far. And I'll step aside and take a breather and let AJ, Boris, Grace take over from me.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good morning.
Yuvraj and Stian Smith with the big job of scoring the runs. Ruan Van Vuren operating from the Court of Appellant. AJ, welcome. What do you think has been what has been on the pads? A full toss completely missed by Walder Smith. Allows them to get a single. But AJ, all the teams that have batted first on this particular ground have been able to win. What do you think could have been the reason?
Thank you very much, Dennis. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. Very good defensive stroke there from Smith. Like you asked, this ground has favored so much of spin, and the only reason why another one in the slot there. All right, Dennis. This pitch, as we've seen throughout the tournament, has been a low-scoring pitch. But with all that being said, the teams chasing have refused to chase down any total here. I think that's a big plus to the spin that has been very effective on this pitch. You really need to put some runs just above. If you get about 150 thereabouts, it's very competitive here, and we've seen the teams batting first take the game away using spin to deny their opposition valuable runs in the second inning.
And walked into mid-wicket, and I think one of the captains mentioned it that in the afternoon the pitch always deteriorates and then turns a lot. So if a team has some very good spinners, they'll put you on the back foot. So teams are sort of trying to make sure they have a first opportunity of having a crack on the wicket. Consider the Nigerian team; they will be in action tomorrow against the Ugandans in the final match day of this ICC Men's Under 19 Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. On this second last day, we are deciding the top 3 teams, because I think the other 3 are already decided. Uganda, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone will be dropping down to the second division. A first for Uganda, while the other 3 teams all have a chance to go to the World Cup. but you feel Tanzania, who are in first position, have an upper hand.
Very rightly said, Dennis. Tanzania, they've been on top of their game throughout this series, throughout this tournament. They've won their games in class, hard. You can see they've been all-round performance from that team, backing themselves up.
Hit down the ground to the sweeper. Very well played there. Good control from Stian Smith. The spin so far not hurting anyone. 12 overs gone, 31 for 2 Kenya. Van Vuren will continue from the Court of Appeal end. Goes across the line, loses his shape and head. Poor shot selection there from Stian Smith.
We can see that again on replay. Very loose shot there. It's played totally across the line of the ball. Heads up, looking for a big one. At this stage, I don't think that was warranted, Dennis.
Yeah, wrong time. I think the percentage was not on for him to play that shot now. To first dig deep, try and come up with a big inning. The ball was in the slot for him to hit, but I think trying to hit against the spin was his undoing. If he had gone for the inside-out shot, could have been a better option. But high risk, high rewards as well. You miss a hit there from no one. He picks up his second wicket, and Kenya lose their third, 32 for 3. Tanzania 32 for 1 in their game against Sierra Leone at the Unilag Oval. Another very nice ground. I've never been to the Unilag, but I think it's very, very quality ground.
Yes, Unilag. We played there in the CCC League. Tough pitch. Nice. You should be there, Dennis.
Advantage Namibia for now, and a very, very motivated Ruan Van Vuren with the bowler from the Court of Appeal end. Sajesh, the new batter for Kenya. Unilag, good ground. Teams have really struggled there, but the most runs in this tournament have actually come at the Unilag ground. Beats two fielders, and Sajesh will get off the mark. It's a problem with Kenya is that every time they lose wickets, then they sort of go back into their shell. And especially the wickets that have departed, they are some of their key batters. But they need someone to just keep the scoreboard ticking. 33 for 3 after 12 overs, after 13. A bowling change here for the Namibians. The captain Francois Duplessis takes the ball from the pavilion end. Starts off with a full toss. Worked well there by Sajet. We'll just get a single.
Dennis, you mentioned spin, doing the damage on the second inning for most of the games that has been played there at the TBS. But I want to say spin has done the damage even in the first innings. And you can see from this game, spinners have come on 2 quick wickets.
And even after the power play, you can see the Namibians unrelenting. They haven't deployed too many fielders, but they still have people in the ring to just cut off those ones and twos. So they sort of have a very good mix of defense and attack. They have a slip in there, but they have someone an extra cover to protect the boundary. They have a deep square leg, and then someone at long off as well.
Three boundary riders, like you've said, Dennis. Has been pitched up. It's punched gently to the man at long off for a single.
And that's what they have to do. Just keep hitting the sweepers. Pick up those ones and twos. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Even if you keep moving at least 3 runs every over, there can be a moment for you when you decide to engage third gear and then pile on the runs.
Very well said, Dennis. Wow, what a Jaffa there, beating outside of the edge. Very good delivery from the captain.
Yeah, modern style there from Francois Duplessis. They always tell the spinners to attack the crease.
Quality spin there. Beating the outside of the edge once again to end the over. It's 35 for 3 at the end of 14 overs. And that we have the scorecard. Dan Brazo bowled 4 overs, 19 dot balls, 12 runs, the economy of 3 per over. Max Engel 4 overs, 19, staking 1 wicket with him, 3.25 economy. Rohan has come into the attack and staking 2 wickets for just 3 runs conceded and an economy of 1 per over.
So what you do when you look at the smoker, you pick out the standout things. You don't need to mention everything. Well played there by Sajet, by Yuvraj with some weight on offer. You don't have too much time. Just highlights. Even a batting scorecard. Look at it. Leading run scorer. Maybe there was a partnership between Dennis and Peter. Tossed up in the air, chance for a run out. Oof, completely missed there by the keeper. Could have been trouble. Very, very guilty of the running there from Tajes and Yuvraj. I think they were surprised there by the fielding of Welder Smith. Turns his body quickly and is able to put in a good throw. Very good skills there from both teams. The bounce, just the right one for the keeper. They have to be careful. You want to steal those singles, but you need to be very, very careful not to be arrested. I think surprised by that one. Yuvraj. That should have been hit to the next island. And I'm really surprised that there's actually no one this side. There's no one at deep square leg. Any sort of connection would have got him a lot of runs.
Yeah, I think he took his eyes off the ball, missed it completely.
Very, very well done by Ruan. 15 overs gone, 38 for 3. Kenya won the toss and elected to bat first, and they are hoping that Kenya in third position, Namibia in second. So Kenya are the team that have a lot of work to do, because for them they will need to overturn a very big net run rate in case Sierra Leone is somehow able to beat Tanzania on the other ground. I'll take a break and Peter will return and take over with AJ.
Welcome back, Peter. Well left there at the batter. Like Dennis said, Kenyans need a partnership going on. We saw them run at gear 1 for a long time yesterday. Cost them at the end of the game. Upish. Let's pick the gap. He's found the man at deep point. Good fielding there. He's returned it just 1 run from there.
Yeah, I couldn't have agreed more. For the play, see the captain, since he's taking the ball, he's actually giving out very little runs, and helping the side, keep the runs at bay. And he's putting a lovely off break to that ball, keeping the ball keep turning. Even though it's turning away from the stumps, it is still very, very threatening to the stumps.
Yeah, trying to draw out the batsman. You can see him walking in that channel just outside of stump. It's a cut shot again. He's found the man, backward of point. No real power behind that shot. And now it's found the edge of the bat. It's been consistent on that line, that channel, at fourth stump channel. And the captain himself is taking responsibilities. He's gotten his edge. Very good catch. Good carry to the man at slips. And he's finished up with a lovely crop the ball. Catch there. You can see on replay.
Yeah, look at that replay. Like I said, he's been very consistent with keeping that ball threatening. The batter tried to played it backwards, played it into the hands of the awaiting fielder. That was the tactical setup since employing the spinners. They were waiting for that chance, waiting for that edge. And for the place, the captain himself, who is also one of the contenders for man of the series, be very good with the ball as he's been with the bat, is now level on wickets taken with Imon Francis at 10-10 each.
Brilliant performance, we should say, from Duplessis, the captain, the Namibian side. He knows this pitch. He's played on it. He knows how important spin is. Spin took them over the line against Nigeria. They had a lot of spin in that contest. And again, he's employing spin to do the job here at the Tafawa Balewa Square Cricket Ground. And in comes the captain of the Kenyan side. Another man to watch out for. He's been very consistent. He's been a captain leading from the front. He's coming. Yash Goel. Done very well for his team. I'm sure he's here to create a partnership, to form a partnership with Yuvraj.
Yeah, Yash and the rest of the team also look to have a game to forget. Yash contributing only 1 run against Tanzania after 22 balls. It was a very, very wrecking game for Kenya. And today's team, which was looking better, is actually looking to actually be a repeat of the last game. Seeing wickets fall very quickly. Even if it's not falling too quickly, the wickets have been falling, and it's not looking good. Look at that wicket again. Look at that late turn behind the ball. there was no way that ball wasn't going to end up in the hands of the fielder with the way the batter actually didn't try to offer a full defensive shot. He wanted to play, and as a result of that, he just helped the ball, accelerated the ball into the hands of the fielder at first slips.
Yeah, like you said, Peter, Yash has the game in his hands today. He didn't do too well yesterday. Lost his wicket so early after soaking in some pressure, lots of dot ball. You don't want to play dead bats here. Should have learned from yesterday. You need to keep it ticking. You don't want too many dot balls coming to haunt you, putting you under pressure later on in the game. Needs to rotate the strike at this time, form a partnership, see how far that goes.
A slight improvement from Yuvraj. He's managed to put on double figures on the board. You have to wait to add another run to that ball, to his current total. Roman seems not to be slowing down. He has taken 2 wickets. What the partnership couldn't, what the pace bowling partnership couldn't do in the first 8 innings of the game. Taking only 1 wicket, by the way. The spin has come inside and taken the next 3 wickets. And I think that's the kind of tactical approach Namibia plan to apply to this game. They took off the pace, came with the spin, and the spin has been doing a very good job since they've been employed.
Caught there. He's found the man in the deep. Just a single. Let's put some power behind that. He's gotten just 1 run. With an offer there, you know, I like the way the spin is playing out. You know, very good thinking behind the spin. He'll come on the wicket, give him some room. Just trying to work up the batsman. Basically, they've gotten result from it. Like you said, just 1 wicket from the medium pacer. The spin has done very good today, like he's been doing all through the tournament on this pitch. That ends the over. It's 40 for 4 after 17 overs.
Yeah, before we end, let me quickly run you through the batting scorecard. You see the biggest partnership coming between Ryan Kazam and Yuvraj before Ryan got dismissed after a lovely spin ball from Rowan himself, who just finished the last over. Yash Gohil and Yuvraj who's been there since coming on, is actually trying to build a partnership. They've only registered 1 on the board after 7 balls together.
Francio, to continue from the pavilion end. Soft hand there, and the batter finds the man at gully.
Yeah, that was a better approach to that ball. That was a better approach to that ball than the first wicket Fab du Plessis took.
Very well punched. Just a single there. You know, rocks onto the back foot and punch that ball. Half tracker from Fab du Plessis.
He's been very consistent with his line, making sure that ball goes towards the stumps and away. And Yash Gohil, who happens to be an experienced member of this side, is doing very well at combating those balls, or like Sajid did previously, trying to play and seeing the ball go. Now, I think he has going to observe that from the stands. It's coming and he's made sure that he's properly presented his bat, making sure that ball goes as low as possible.
Powerful forward defensive launch there by the captain, the Kenyan side. Yeah, he's solid in defense, but he has to add some intent. You're here to score runs, not to dot away the balls. Very well left. That was a tempting one outside of stump. He decided to leave it. Good thinking there by Yash.
Yeah, Dennis said it earlier on when he was on the mic. He said, you don't change what works. And so far, Fab du Plessis has not had any reason to change the off break he's been spinning.
Yeah, he's tossed one up there. And Yash picked it up. Got a single from there. Very easy same goal. Just pushing into the gap, finding the man somewhere around extra covers. Ends that over, the 18th over at 42 for 4. Kenya. Kenya now moving at 2.33 runs per over. Projected score 117. Peter, anything over 100 here at the TBS has proven to be very, very difficult total to chase down. Another foolish one there. Not taking advantage of all these full tosses. I think would be an undoing of the Kenyans. Oh, a drop catch there. Just head that straight to the man at first slip. Just put it down. See that on replay.
Even if it's not going to be a hat-trick wicket, Rowan definitely wants to get a hat-trick of wickets to take his wicket tally also to 10. He will be the second person from the Namibia side to take 10 wickets if he actually succeeds.
Cut shot, cut powerfully. Very good field set. You get just a single from there. With on offer. You can see Rowan, very, very thinking bowler. He's put most of the ball on the wicket line and puts just one outside as leaving the bat, tempt him to do something with the bat. He's done very well.
He's taking, he's seeing the application method that Yashgoi has been using. Hania stuck. We're keeping that ball down. It's still too early in the game to lose any more wickets.
You see, they're being very careful here. I think the way to ease yourself out on the wicket is by scoring a boundary. They've been presented about 2 full tosses, 1 full toss per over, and they've actually ended up playing those full tosses back to the bowler. That's not impressive enough. You want to keep your eyes on and take advantage of those full tosses.
Take a look at that edge that was dropped by the slips. Could have done better. He could have held on to that ball. Probably didn't react early, wasn't expecting it. And a chance for another wicket went away. For the places back now, I expect him to maintain that off break he's been bowling since.
Yeah, like you said, he's continued on that line, that channel. It's giving him so much results. Like you said, we have 2 bowlers on this side. It's taking 10 apiece. And this Tony, it shows you how effective spin has been for this team, Team Namibia. And then you do nothing wrong, wicket to wicket. It's continued to probe the batters. They need to find something. They need to find a way of rotating strike. Plenty of gaps on the field. Very well left again by Yash. Technically sound man. So much under pressure yesterday. Soaked in over 20 balls to score his 1 run for his team. Finally losing it. And you saw how they ran through that Kenyan team. After very well played. Good drive for that single like I was talking about.
One considered too far after 4 balls bowled. Fab comes in. Pitch is real close to the batter who didn't try to do too much, didn't try to play out that ball. He just ended up offering 4 defensive shots only, like he's been doing. C's facing Fab du Plessis and Rowan. Drives it straight to the fielder at long off. And a run to end the 20th over. It's 45 on the board after 4 wickets lost. if Team Kenya wants to put a competitive run on the board, they will have to start building up a partnership. So far, Yash and Yuvraj have only built up a 6-run partnership of 25 balls faced, and on the final 60% of this inning, and it's seen that the middle order has been eaten into, they'll have to stay and click as best as possible.
Yeah, there's no other time to stay, occupy the crease, get runs for your team. You see Namibian side keeping that very tidy bowling line, just waiting for the bats to make their mistakes. Another shot tracker there. He's played it very well, controlled shot for a single. They need to do this more often than not. You don't want to see a lot of dead balls going at 2.25 per over at this time. They need to step on gas, like Dennis mentioned. You don't want to stay on one gear for too long. It's bad for the engine. You want to move to gear 2, you want to move to gear 3, and keep selecting your gears like that. Ensure that you have a formidable total at the end of the inning.
Trying to find his pace, just not coming through for Yash Goho. The captain of this side has registered only 3 runs so far in this game since coming on.
Obviously, on this pitch, you come in and there are spinners bowling to you. You need to take your time. There's no gainsaying that. A lot of turn, a lot of variation coming from spin. Another shot tracker there. Didn't undo that too good. Didn't come out of the middle of the bat. Found a fielder.
Returns that ball to the keeper, even if he wasn't going to be a run out. But he was letting the batter know that he's going to be very, very sharp. He's not going to let him get any space to get runs.
Bits outside edge. Big cry there. This runs ball there. See, beaten outside of the edge completely. Brilliant bowling. Brilliant bowling. It's 45 for 4 after 20 overs, and these two teams will go out there to have some drinks. The sun is out. They need drinks now, some refreshment break. And we come back afterwards.
Yeah, before we start, let's quickly run you through the batting scorecard. Ryan Kazan, like I said, started the batting. There's only 10 runs. Aditya didn't do too much, put only 6 runs on the board. With Yuvraj still currently in the crease and second person with double figures for Kenya. Stian Smith and Sajid had to go out for 3 runs apiece. Yash Gohu, the captain and wicketkeeper of this side, is currently partnering with Yuvraj Batiani. He also has 3 runs, but unlike the previous 2, he is still the one in the batting crease. 6 extras given so far, 46 runs for 4 wickets. We're about to start the 22nd over. A 22nd over, we've started. The end of the inning break says a new bowler coming, Junior Uyagi Tanyada. Another spin bowler.
Straight away, first delivery, found the nick there. Wicket drops. I wanted to talk this again now. I want to break it on replay.
Whoa.
From outside of his edge. Back he goes into the dugout. What a wicket. You see, after water break, you be careful that superstition around taking water. The wickets falling just after. The seat on replay again. So lovely delivery there. Just that channel outside off stump.
Yeah, a partnership that looks to be building between Yash and Batiani. He just saw Yash was actually in dismay. He wasn't really happy about it. But regardless, he's going to be paired up with New Doshi. New Doshi was the only batter for Kenya that picked up double figures against Tanzania when they were being dismantled. Well, let's see if he's going to be able to replicate that. Well, in this case, he's going to do more than just put 18 runs on the board. He's going to need to put way more than 18 runs and build a very strong, effective partnership with Yash going forward. They can't keep continuing like this. They need to start pushing forward as we go into the midway point of this game.
Square cricket over. Spain has dominated on this pitch. More overs of Spain in this competition on this pitch, the pace. The captains quickly get to know that this pitch favors Spain, no matter holding first or holding second, to get results from Spain. And today again is not an exception, since Spain take 4 out of 5 wickets. Junior starting on high, like to put pressure on the bat as much as possible. See if he can break through, run through this Kenyan side. Another lovely ball there. I was bowling to Dosi, like you said, very strong part of that team. Rallied back, got 2 runs for Kenya. The last encounter stood strong in that game.
It's nice to see Junior actually continue from very, very strong, continuing that consistency. Junior hasn't bowled since the beginning of this tournament and only got the chance to bowl against Uganda, picking up 2 wickets there. And he's been given another chance here. He picked up
Bowled
a wicket.
him. Spin bowled him. Junior Junior, like I said, does nothing wrong. He's put so much pressure on the new batsman. He's bowled wicket to wicket. He's rocked back. He's been beaten. He's been bowled. Junior gets his second wicket. Fantastic bowling from Junior.
And no one's considered here. Look at that ball. It came. Actually, that outbreak. Neodoshi didn't need to step back. He had gone backwards, reacted late because he couldn't keep his eyes on the ball, and gave that ball enough room, enough space to actually take the turn and take off the dose of that wicket. Kenya are really in for it now. Shlok Saini is the batter sent in. Yash Goyal hasn't had the chance to face, as Junior Tanyada has kept every batter in strike. Finally, Shlok scores a run of his first ball and sends Yash Goyal to final face.
Risky running there, some communication problem. The bowler couldn't gather that ball. This chance there. Should be careful. You see, desperation. Yash needs to take control of this game. Needs to face more balls. Protect his middle order, tail end from being exposed.
Ending the 22nd over with 2 wickets. It's 47 for 6 on the board for Kenya. Quickly running you to the Unilag page. The wickets might be falling down here. Well, quickly let's take a look at that wicket again. This was the first edge towards into the gloves of the wicket keeper. The umpire with the very right call there. And this time around, Neodoshi went stepping back, giving that ball enough room, and his wicket fell. 2 wickets in this over, but the Unilag pitch is just 2 wickets lost for Tanzania as they've registered 59 on the board after 20 overs. Faf du Plessis isn't done yet and isn't looking to slow down as he's quick to pick up the ball and comfortable in 7th over. He's taken 1 wicket so far and he's looking to take up a second. As Shlok Saini, who faced just 1 ball and has 100% strike rate, is now going to face Faf du Plessis.
What a turn. That's a big turn there. Leg is coming out.
Kenya has struggled against informed sides in this tournament. They dominated their first 3 games, beating the likes of Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Nigeria. They faced a very top tier side, which was Tanzania, and they really struggled. Facing Namibia now, it seems like they have, a huge difficulty playing against teams as tough as they are.
Another chance there. Oh no. Just scared there. Batsman trying to launch into that shot. Nothing really out of it.
In Faf du Plessis must really trust his field setting and his bowling to make sure that he's been keeping the ball, taking it outside of the wicket with his off break, and still doesn't have an extra cover as he trusts his cover fielder so well that he only has himself a long off and a deep point, a fielder at points very, very deep, just to man the boundaries at that offside.
There's no man here. It's a deep mid-wicket. I think Batman is looking at that free space and it's swung and missed a couple. You need to keep your head down, play the ball on its merits. End of the third over. Third over, 7 for 6.
Isn't done. The 10th back.
Well, I think that's that ball that comes back into the batsman. And see the surprise in Yash body language. Well,
Two balls to dots.
Junior very tidy. That outside of that channel, outside of fourth stump line. He's gotten results from there.
Sharp feeding at goalie, preventing any runs from climbing the board. Yash got here, real struggling to find spaces, just trying to keep the runs at bay. But he needs to understand that they're beating into the tail end now, and he needs to start putting runs on the board before any more wicket falls down.
We saw the way Lashk, the wall of Tanzania, batted when his team was in crisis. Selected the balls, counted them, made sure every last ball he crossed to face the new bowler on the other end. You know, playing that captain's role, batting. You want to see Yash do that so he doesn't expose his tail-enders. He needs to play captain's role here. He needs to rotate the strike, count the balls.
You know, after you see how effective Junior Tanyada was with the ball in the previous over, you really want to take the chance of giving him that edge to the wicketkeeper. And so he got himself a maiden over, but still it's 47 for the loss of 6 after 24 overs.
There's no gainsaying that the Kenyan team needs a partnership going on. Yash is on 3 of 25 deliveries, and Slugs is just in. He's faced 7 deliveries and scored just a single. They need to find a partnership. They need to know how they are going to keep the board ticking. They need to get something above 100, 120 to be competitive here. Captain continuing from the Court of Appeal end.
I'm still surprised at how Kenya have allowed Faf just dominate in his spin. Sure, he's gotten a wicket. And sure, the balls are actually turning, but you need to understand that the balls are not threatening the Storms on most of the occasions, and they need to have understood by now that they really need to get it into that offside and get the ball taken.
It's gone big. It's gone. It's just one bounce there. Found the fielder at long off. Yeah, that's the intent. I want to say you keep that ball on the ground. You don't want to give half chances. Dropped no man's land there. Save for 1 run. You need to be more intentional here as a batter. Oh, lovely delivery there. Beating outside the edge of the bat. The Kenyan captain Because say again here, it's a lot of struggle here to keep a partnership going on for the Kenyan team.
With the way Namibia is bowling, getting that wicket and keeping the runs very, very low. AJ, do you think we might actually see a team coming from the second innings and actually win the game for the first time on this ground?
Yeah, well played there by Yash. This punch with a light hand, soft hand for a single there. Yeah, Peter, I'm going to tell you for sure that if this Kenyan team don't get past 100 at the end of this inning, we might likely see what you're looking for, in that the team batting second and team Namibia would have a chance, because if you bat less than 100 on this pitch, then I think the run rate you would have to chase will be probably less than 2 per over or something around there. So you need to put 100, you need to put 120 or more to have a chance here.
Junior, who has only bowled 5 overs prior to this match, and all coming in the last game against Uganda, picking up 2 wickets and 0 maiden, has already got himself a maiden in this match, and 2 wickets that equals his wicket number in the last game.
Yeah, he's come out strong. Sure, the captain knows exactly what he's doing when he brought him in. They need extra hands in the spin department. What an effort there. Stop that single. Send that man back. Well driven. Back past the bowler. It's got no run from there. Very good effort from the man. At shot mid on.
Balls faced so far. We're only able to register 4 runs. Yash Goyu is probably taking his time, or has, letting the pressure get to him. Flicks it to the leg side. The deep square having to chase, picks up the ball, but they'll take a single off that ball. A first run on this over. Another chance for a maiden has been neutralized, and Kenya have now at 50 runs mark in this inning.
Yeah, 50 runs halfway through. Full toss. And screamed it. Found the fielder. Some communication gap there. Hesitation at the middle. You take it, run full and run through. They still get a single there. Some communication problems. Nice shot. Lucky batters.
Yeah, the fact that Benjamin Craig had to go down for that ball, I think that was what slowed down the chance for a run out. Shilok wasn't paying attention. Yash wanted to take a run, but at the end of the day, he had to stop in his tracks when seeing that his pair was not actually ready for a run. 2 runs given out in this over. That is twice as much runs as Junior has given out in his first 2 overs. Junior going for his last ball, Yash. Junior with his last ball, Yash on strike. Dots of the last ball. Ends the 26th over. 51 on the board. 6 wickets lost so far.
You can see that on replay. There's miscommunication there.
When we talk about Onga, we see it, and it's coming from the captain. He's not done. He wants to bowl as much as he can. He's picked up the ball again. He's back and is ready to bowl. More of break spin. I don't think we're going to be seeing any less of this as this game goes on. Starts his second over consistently. Break it.
You see the ball turning away from the batter. You need so much technique. You need to be very technically sound. Be able to walk across the line, get behind that ball to have real power behind it, to get some runs out of it. Another lovely ball there. Too close for comfort there. Very well left. But for the ones that, you know, give you room, you have to use your feet. A lot of footwork would be employed to really get the body behind that ball. Seen them play that ball with no real power behind it. It's up in the air and it's taken. The man at Golly, the dolly there, does nothing wrong. He's plucked it off the air. And another wicket down for the Kenyan side.
I think this time he tried to attack the ball and attack just when the ball was taking its turn. Sent it behind, skyways. Definitely not the game plan.
You can see what pressure does to you. The Ash has built so much pressure on himself as well. It's 5 of 33 deliveries. And you see how Fab du Plessis is walking up these batters. You see the first 3 deliveries outside of stump. The first 2 giving room. You see that one again. He's picked it up wicket to wicket. And see how high up that ball goes. Very easy catch. Catch within the inner ring. Shows you he knows what he's doing. He's not really used a lot of boundary riders. He's used the long on. He's used the deep point. He's left this deep mid-wicket area. He's left it open. So you have an illusion of that space and you want to swing across the line. And he's gotten results. Very brilliant bowling from that man. He's leading that team. Kenya in all sorts of troubles here. They need to get 100 on board to be competitive at the TBS. Need a partnership going on as well. We usually see the right hand left hand combination do damage. Nothing scary. Yeah, the TBS ground. You can see the field change. Setting his field properly now before he continues his bowling spell. He's done very well in this over. He's picked up 3 dot balls on the wicket.
Yeah, Fab du Plessis has actually joined the 2-wicket gang in this match and has also gone on top of the leaderboard for bowling. He's currently on 11 wickets and might end up finishing as the best bowler. That is if Remote Francis doesn't take any wickets today against Sierra Leone in the second innings, which I doubt.
Another brilliant ball there from the captain himself.
Fab definitely did have fun. There was a reason he kept on bowling and he got that wicket to end the 27th over. 51 on the board so far, but for the Kenyan side, they've lost 7 wickets in the process.
Junior to continue from the pavilion end. done very well for his brilliant bowling figures. Bowled just 3 overs. Very well driven through the gap. There's a chase on. You'll get comfortable with 2 runs from there.
Lovely chase, wasn't enough power behind the ball. The fielder could have put it in time and stopped a boundary that I wasn't sure was going to come out otherwise. But regardless, Yash is on strike. He's got 2 runs quickly. Couldn't score any run off this ball.
I think Yash has now started to, do what he needs to do. He needs to keep the ball ticking. Well, brilliant bowling there. He needs to select the ball. He selected that ball well. It's gone back. He needs to stay in the crease. He needs to see this team through this batting inning. Try to play out the overs as well. Full toss. Found the man in the deep. And the single there, you see, they are not really trying to take on the fielders. Just at this point, they need to be very careful. They don't want to lose any more wickets. I would suppose they should take 2 from there, that man at the deep. But, they've taken just 1. And again, Yash is out of strike, is off strike, is leaving his man Shika. Well watched, very well watched.
An attempt for run is nullified. 3 more runs in the 28 overs. We see this runs total skyrocket to 54, but still at 7 wickets lost. Look at that.
Brilliant shot there by Yash. Found the gap. Just soft hand, just playing with the pace of the ball. Not doing anything overly extra. Just trying to keep his composure there. He's faced so many balls. Still in the single digits. Needs to do more than that for his team. Carry them over that 100 mark line.
Actually having a little problem with his shoelacing, and he was assisted by Christian Jacobs van der Murray, who is rushed back to sleep for the place. He picks up the ball. Is 8 over starting now? It's a captain versus captains battle right now, and Faf du Plessis seems to be the one winning. Every step Faf takes towards bowling that ball, he leaves the batters scared and in wonder. He's taking 2 wickets, giving out only 9 runs, and that 1-2 is already putting fears in the mind of Kenya batters. 3 balls, 3 dots. Yeah, she's struggling. 40 balls faced so far, hasn't been able to register double figures, and Ashit Sekar is still at non-strike.
Another full delivery there. They'll pick up a single. They'll pick up a single from there. Faf du Plessis has been terrific with the ball. You see him go outside the off ball, leaving the bats. You see him come back on the wicket line. You see him all sorts of variation. You see that shaping away from the bats. Brilliant, brilliant turn, brilliant line. He set his field accordingly. He's gotten results from this bowling. He's not doing anything. You can see he's put 2 slips in place now. Very confident. Looking for that outside edge. Looking for that outside head. Brilliant bowling by the captain. Brings us to the end of that over. 29th over is 55 for 7. Kenya.
Yes, quickly running to the batting partnership. The highest scoring partnership between Ryan Kazama and Yuvraj Bhatiani is still yet to be met, as no other batting partnership has been able to reach double figures. Junior Tanyada giving the ball for his 5th over. He's gotten 2 wickets so far after 6 runs conceded. And he starts off with Yash Gohil, who is back on strike after scoring a run and the last over. Couldn't start off with a run this time, but didn't lose his wicket.
Yeah, I should tell you, and he's played that powerfully. He's gotten the gap. He gets to the boundary. The race is on. Another brilliant fielding effort there. Brilliant. 2 runs taken from there. So Yash has intentional like this. You can see the swing. He's gotten it through the middle of the bat. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, Dan Brasso, very fantastic stop. It's the second time he's done that today in this same position. Yeah, coming, it bowls well, and in terms of fielding, it's been very effective, and that is what you need as a young cricketer.
Yeah, a little dab there, deft touch, ball running to the boundary. Another good effort, but the ball makes the boundary rope. It's 4 runs for Team Kenya, very much deserved. We've not seen balls run through this boundary in a while. You can see that on replay. Very good chase, very good effort. Ball ends up trickling to the boundary.
Yeah, there was definitely a good attempt to stop that ball and keep it in play. There was contact, but just there wasn't enough contact to stop the force of the ball from approaching forward.
Yeah, and I think you can see by yourself, Yash knows what's required. He's stepping on gas now. Another good drive for a single. Brilliant. You see, he stayed enough on the crease. He's seeing the balls better, soaked in the pressure. Now he's beginning to open up, and you can see we got that well-deserved boundary, and we got 3 more runs, 2 more balls to come in this over. Plenty of runs in this over, but the most runs we've seen in 1 over.
Yeah, Kenya are certainly doing better than they did. They scored more runs than they did in the last game against Tanzania, but at what cost? They've lost too many wickets getting into this total, and hopefully for them they don't lose any more as they try to put something very competitive against a Namibia side that has very, good batters like the captain himself, Antian, and also their wicketkeeper Liam Brasson.
That sees us to the end of the 30th over. It's 62 for 7, and we've seen the current run rates move above 1 run per over. We now have about 2 runs per over. Projected score now 103. Yash Goyal taking control of proceedings. It's now 16 of 45. We talked about the number of dot balls he's had in this game. He's had in other games. I think he's starting to, erase some dot balls by scoring runs off his bat now. He needs to do that more often.
Captain versus captain again.
Tossed up in the air. He wants them to do something. He wants you to put your head up and try to clear the boundary. And the Kenyans aren't doing that, keeping their head down and just, walking it full tosses, just walking it down the wicket line. Sure, they have a batting plan. And there you go. He's found that edge. That's why he put 2 slips there. He's found outside edge of Shekar's bat, and goes down into the hands of, you can see again, 2 slips in place. And second slip is taking that easy catch. You can see the intention, the thinking behind that bowling, behind the field setting. and the results that we've gotten. Captain, doing a great job.
Yeah, Yash Go here was certainly very disappointed as they expected better. He's been trying to build a partnership with every batter who's coming, and none has really clicked for him that much. Even if actually wasn't scoring runs, he just needed actually to be there while he comes on strike and he's out the pressure. And let's look at that ball in a slower mode this time. The 1-2 from Fab du Plessis. Definitely should have left that ball. He puts that ball in the hands of the fielder, and Yash was very not impressed with that short attempt.
Yeah, but you should give all the credit to the captain of the Namibian side, Francois du Plessis. Very good delivery there. He's walked around that area. He's gotten results around that area. No wonder he's not dropping the ball for no other person. He's taking charge of this game, getting results. Found that edge. You can see his fielders in place. 2 slips. Shows you how much turn he's getting. When he drops the ball on the leg stump, you can see the ball almost picking the off stump. So much turn on this wicket.
Anthony Ndungu is the bowler, is the batter currently in. It's going to be very messy for Kenya if they actually do go out for this very low total.
That's why I've been shocked. Well, what a turn again! What a turn! There's no body behind it. The batsman needs to walk behind that ball. It's turning so much. You depending on just your arms. Won't really get any power behind it if you get contact. Brilliant bowling again from Francois.
Is currently the second highest run scoring batter, just behind Laksh. But currently he's topping the bowling chart with 2 more than Raymond Francis, who is on 10.
Oh, well dug out there. Not really seeing spinners bowling Yorkers, but seeing this dominance from Fab du Plessis. He's thrown one full there. He's dug it out. You should take advantage. Let's see that again. Take advantage of all these full tosses. Oh, that was that catch. That was lovely catch there.
Very low, but the fielder went lower, held onto the ball, and that ends the 31st over. 63 for 8 wickets lost. It's not looking real good for Kenya. We saw what they played against Uganda, keeping Uganda on 69 all out, and now they feel what Uganda was feeling. It wasn't a very nice score to have, and Kenya definitely they will try now have to do exactly what Uganda did and try and defend that. But unlike what they did to Uganda, where we saw the tail end come in and put 41 runs on the board, a staggering 41 runs on the board. I don't think the tail end might be able to do that, but if they can pull that and put up 40 more runs to this and put at least 103 runs on the board, they will have a competitive fight against Namibia, making them run for their money.
Eric back into the attack. On the pavilion end, you can see that the captain has no well placed there, well placed, good punch, just for a single. Yash is off strike again. And Anthony to face 4 deliveries. He should think about that. He should think about when to rotate the strike. He should face most of the balls. The tail end has been exposed. Just after taking 1 run, you see them opening them up and getting their wickets. And look at that again. Very close shave. I was going to be beating leg stump. Anthony looking to walk it down, fine leg area. Oh, and it's beaten. It's been bowled. Can you beat that? I just said it. Yash should take control, should rotate the strike, maybe 1 or 2 runs to the end of the over. He's taking that single and is exposed, Anthony. And look at this for a wicket. Brilliant. He says, bowled him, put the ball, middle stump. He's gotten that turn, taking off stump. Brilliant, brilliant wicket. Looks like the Namibian side running through this Kenyan side so quickly. Yash is stranded. 18 runs, 48 deliveries. You can see that again.
Wickets may be falling here, but it's certainly not falling too much for Tanzania, as they've lost only 3 wickets, putting 89 on the board after 28 overs at the Unilag pitch. But you come back here and you look at this game, it's Kenya certainly on the hot seat right now. Yash Gohil has been there since coming on. It's seen 4 batters coming behind him, and all 4 have had to walk away. Now down to their very last batter, Krishil Patel. There's going to be so much tension for Yash Gohil and the rest of the Kenyan bench.
Yeah, Peter, like AJ mentioned, I think it's now the job of Yash to take most of the strike, because the moment he exposes the other batters, he could be stranded. 64 for 9. But Kenya in this position because of the brilliant bowling of the Namibian captain. Francois Duplessis has bowled a spell of magic. His leg spinners have been brilliant today and have put Kenya in a difficult place. Unrelenting pressure from him has really created the wicket-taking opportunities. Can hear. That's a wicket there from Eric. Quicker ball and going through the defenses of the batter. You can see Yash starting to show his frustration at the other end.
Quickly running to the batting scorecard. Ryan Kazam, Yuvraj Batiani, the 2 batters who've managed to put in double figures before going out. Yash Gohil coming in, having 18 on the board for 48, and has lost 4 wicket partnership. He was trying to beat 5 actually, and it's down to the very last batter, Krishil Patel. You know something, Dennis? If Kenya should actually go all out for this score or less than 68, they will be having 2 of the 3 lowest scores in this tournament so far.
I think that that's why they might be all tied on the same number of points, the top 3 teams. But I mean, Kenya and Namibia have the same number of points. But Kenya have, you can see the captain, Francois, captain to captain, Francois Duplessis bowling his final over. But I was going to say, Kenya's net run rate is a bit not as good as the other 2 teams because they haven't been piling on the runs.
Yash Gohil seems to be struggling again. Earlier on, he started to take with the runs, but I think the fall of wicket has dropped his momentum, has dropped his motivation. And what he's just trying to do is just play out the rest of it over and see how many more runs he can put on the board.
I think Yash is intelligent enough to know that Francois is bowling his final over. So he just needs to take his time, see him off. Once they're able to see off the captain, maybe they could be able to milk the rest of the bowling and try and score as many as possible, because 64 doesn't seem like a pass score here on this ground.
Kenya, the first team to come behind and win in the second inning, might be the first team here to lose after scoring, after batting first on this ground. 2 records for one team, well, even though the second one is not the record they would want to have, but it seems like it's something that might sit with them eventually.
Like AJ keeps saying, if you bowl, you'll also bat. So Kenya will also be thinking that whatever runs they've been able to put on, they should be able to defend.
A wicket certainly didn't fall But that is the end of Faf du Plessis' bowling spell in this inning. He's giving out only 12 runs, taking 3 wickets, and that is the end of the 33rd over. It's 65 on the board for Kenya, who's lost 9 wickets and down to their very last partnership. Captain still in the crease, Yash Gohil with 19 or 54 4 balls faced. And Krishi Patel, who is still yet to register a run on the ball for himself after 2 balls faced, will look to play out the rest of this innings with Yash. Eric Lindveld brought back in after getting his first wicket in this match. Dan Brassel is the only bowler who's bowled, that was the opening bowler I will specify, who hasn't gotten a wicket for himself yet in this match. Every other bowler has gotten a wicket. Eric Lindveld will look to join the 2 wickets club in this match. After starting off with an extra, first proper ball was dotted. Cuts it behind, cuts it beyond the gully. Gully races back to the boundary, picks it up my third man region, but that wasn't enough. Yash takes 2 quick runs and is back on strike. Tries to play it to the long region, but there's a short mid wicket in place. That ball didn't go past. A dot ball. More dots. 2 back-to-back dots. Lindveld finally found where Yash Gohil is uncomfortable and has made sure he's been consistent with putting the ball there. Tried to go big, didn't go big enough, but couldn't go too far and stops just in front of the feet of the short mid-wicket Junior Tanyada. Tries to find the back, couldn't go beyond the gully this time around, and ends the 34th over. It's 68 on the board for the loss of 9 wickets. I'd like to remind you that this is the same total runs that they had put Uganda on, getting them all out. That is the Kenyan side, by the way, getting the Ugandan side all out for 68. And now they're on 68 of 4 9 wickets lost, which means there's a probability that Namibia might put them on these total scores all out, or they might do better and get themselves out and get more runs on the board for them. Max Ingo is being deployed back. The spin has been removed and the pace has been returned. Fast bowling for Krishi Patel, who has not faced too many balls. Yash Gohil will really have to be at non-strike and pray that Patel can push enough or possibly stay in the crease as long as possible and let him back in strike. Foul ball threat to Krishi Patel. And now he knows what he's getting himself into. Tries to play it deep into the point region.
Yeah,
Couldn't put his bat there in time.
Mark Saingwe must have cleaning up the tail, and I think that's why Namibia have brought him back into the attack. They just want to get rid of this last wicket partnership. You don't want to let the tail wag, and especially when Krish is the one on strike, you need to make sure you're attacking him as much as possible.
Very lovely forward shot played. Just wasn't enough to go past the mid-off region. Definitely wasn't enough to beat the captain, who had a fantastic bowling spell and has entrusted Mark Saingo with the ball. Kushi Patel in the last game put up 8 runs before getting out against Tanzania, as well as the last wicket.
Yeah, hanging in there, Rishel Patel. But for how long? You feel that as long as he's on strike, one might be able to go through his gate, and that will leave Yash stranded on the other end.
Yash doesn't seem too worried about the dot balls coming. He's just worried about coming on strike, and he can't do that if Krishi Patel goes out, finds the leg, plays it toward the deep mid wicket region, and Krishi Patel finally gets his board sticking. He finally gets his run ticking with 2 quick runs on the board, taking Kenya's 1 run, taking Kenya's total to 69. And Yash Gohil is back on strike. Yash Gohil currently 21 of 60 balls faced. Is the second time in this tournament is going past 20 runs. He's gotten himself 29 runs. That's his tournament's best. We end the 35th over. 70 on the board for 9 wickets lost. So much pressure now for Kenya. We are used to seeing Junior Tanyada from the pavilion end, but now we may be seeing more of Henrik Lindvet. Probably not too much, just as long as this partnership, this batting partnership, is still on strike and active. Checking the wind direction, checking where to bowl. Puts the ball in the middle. Flicks it off to the leg. The deep covers, picks up the ball. But a run was taken. And Krishi Patel is back on strike. There's not much adjustment done to the field. Only this time they are deploying a short square leg, sending Max Angle to short square leg as they take out the deep square leg all the way to the fine leg region. As much as they are trying to get the wicket, they are still trying to make sure the ball doesn't take. The more runs, the higher the target. And Namibia don't want to have more of that on the board.
Yeah, and I'm thinking in the second innings, Namibia will also be thinking about chasing to improving their net run rate. So they would want to come out and chase the requirement very, very quickly. The smaller the target, the easier for you to come after it very quickly. But the bigger the target, then you get a bit cautious.
A wide ball or one more run. Krishi Patel has come in as the last batter, but definitely showed some good shot. He's put his bat in the right place and avoided, getting out. If he had come in earlier, probably he would have beat the partnership sooner with Yash Gohil. Yash Gohil giving Patel a thumbs up there. Not doing too much, don't do too much. Just make sure you stay there. There are still many more overs to go. We can build a partnership.
Brilliant stuff. The wall, Rishel Patel denying Namibia an early lunch break after 36 overs, 72 for 9 Kenya. At the Unilag Oval, Tanzania are chasing their World Cup dream. They are taking on Sierra Leone, and for now things are looking very good for them. All they need to do is just maintain the momentum, like we like to say in Uganda. Ruan Van Vuren back into the attack. Boiled well for his first spell, picked up 2 quick wickets, gave away just 8 runs. Is it to his 8th over? But I think he was taken out of the attack once the captain found his rhythm.
Tries to turn that ball away. Yash saw the ball and put his back there, but couldn't put the ball beyond any fielder. Comes through. Yash couldn't do anything with that. It's another dot ball. There's nothing more confusing than seeing a leg break left arm to a right arm. Yash Goyo is not letting that decide a stone of the game. He's not trying to do too much. Offers the 4 defensive shots. Dots the 4th ball. Rowan might have to wait a little bit longer for his maiden over if he gets the ball in this match again. It's 8 overs completed for Rowan. That is, he's not picked up a maiden yet, but in total it's 37 overs completed for 73 after 9 wickets lost. Partnership, I do not want to talk anymore about partnerships because they seem to be falling as soon as I talk about them. But Patel has been doing very well. Been making sure he's not really rotating strikes, but he's just making sure he's not sent back to the stands early. Namibia are really anxious. They want to go for their lunch break. They want to have enough time to discuss and talk about the second inning. But Kenya want to make sure that doesn't come easy. Eric Limbet comes back. Eric Limbet, one of the 3 bowlers from this Namibia side today who hasn't picked up a maiden over. Jan Brasso, the opening bowler, has his own maiden over. The captain has 2 maidens. Junior, who started off strong, he has 1 maiden to his name. Max, Ruvan and Eric all looking for their first maiden. We saw Ruvan concede off that last ball.
Yeah, desperate appeal there from the keeper Liam. The problem when you get so anxious to try and get a wicket, that's when you start leaking a lot of runs. You all just need to be patient, just keep drying up the runs and then try and force a false shot. Dug deep Yash today, the captain, 23 from 70. He knows how important it is for him to stay on the wicket because the moment he goes out, it will be advantage Namibia. You can see they bring everyone in the circle. They are desperate for that wicket. That's what I was talking about, Peter. When you do that, you can get one through the gap and then you leak runs. And goes over the top. Yash, very, very good intelligence from him. That's why I was telling you, if they had kept with the tight field, just keep defending, that will only be just one run.
Krishi Patel and Yash Gowi may not be bringing partnership, may not be bringing 4 runs, but certainly it's been the longest partnership in terms of overs for this Kenyan side. Goes big again, goes over the bowler and over the fielders who were kept in the inner circle towards the boundary. 4 more runs for Kenya, 4 more runs to the total of the captain himself, Yash Gohil. Look at that ball again. Went down quickly on his knee. Very lovely chase. Chased the ball behind it. Couldn't reach the ball. And that ends the 30th over. Ending the 30th over. Real strong for Kenya. Desperate runs they need. They might need more. But at the moment, they've got only 79 on the board for 9 wickets lost.
Fortunate for them that this over now will start with Rishel Patel on strike. They bring everyone in the circle just to try and get that wicket. They're trying to force the issue, but as you do that, then you also leak runs.
Too short.
That won't get a wicket, at least. In a different situation, that could have been hit to Ikoy. Are we at Ikoy of Victoria Island?
You know, it's the tail end who is on strike. He doesn't have that much, experience with those kind of balls. Tail ends are usually taught to play and drive. And all those really, really nice looking shots is not part of the skills of a tail end batter. I'm sure I should have done better in terms of dealing with that ball. Patel isn't doing bad. He's managed to pull the ball, push it between covers and points.
Yeah, the problem is that Rowan has just completely bowled 3 short balls, and at least Rishel Patel was able to get one through the infield.
Tried to stop the ball within the inner circle. They couldn't, but there was not enough power behind that ball. We've seen lovely fielding from Namibia in this inning. They stopped many boundary balls. Many balls headed towards the boundary. They stopped it at the edge of the boundary. They denied Kenya 4 boundaries in this game. 4 boundary balls. They've denied them 4 boundary fours. And that is exactly what Kenya need at this time. But Namibia is not making it easy. Make that 5 short balls that Rowan has bowled so far. Deciding to come with short and maintaining the short length is something I do not understand why, but it's giving out only 2 runs, stuck with it, ended up giving out 2 runs. Didn't take a wicket though, but definitely the end the over strong. It's 39 overs completed, 81 on the board for 9 wickets lost.
Eric will come back and bowl from the pavilion end. Desperate Namibia to just get that final wicket and put an end to this first innings. They was to bowl first, and I think they've done a fantastic job. Yes, a no call Yash nearly sold down her partner down the river. His partner.
The Yash was initially called with skepticism, and then the skepticism was justified as they saw it wasn't going to beat the fielder, and they were quick to retract on their steps to prevent losing out very quickly.
This time gets it through the gap. I'm thinking about a second, but won't happen. I think Yash just needs to be calculative. This is the only 3 balls gone in that over. So for him, he needs to learn how to rotate the strike when there is at least just 1 ball or 2 balls left in the over. You don't want Rochelle to be facing so many balls, so you leave at least just 1 over for him, 1 ball for him to be able to defend. But if you ask him to defend so many balls in each over, then just 1 of them may sneak through. So as a senior bat, you always need to count the balls. You get the single off the 4th ball of the over. The simplest of job there for Rishel Patel. There are no runs expected for him apart from just holding his end. Brilliant job from Rishel Patel. 82 for 9 after 40 overs. And now the teams will take a drinks break.
Quickly to the batting scorecard. Ryan Kazam again still the first batter to get into double figures. Yuvraj got 15, topping Ryan Kazam. Sajid and Stian Smith both going up for 3 before Yash Gori came in and has posted his personal best in this time, 30 of 76 balls. Kushu Patel is coming and partner as the last wicket pairing with Yash Gori, who has registered 4 runs for himself. 8 extras given so far by Namibia from the bowling spree, and it's 82 for 9 still after 40 overs bowled, while we wait for the innings break, the drinks break to finish. But bowling scorecard 2, Dan Brassel, the only bowler who hasn't picked up a wicket. Faf du Plessis picked up 3 wickets so far, giving out only 12 runs after bowling 10 overs complete. Eric Livet bowled the last over, has gotten himself only 1 wicket. And the best economy here so far is that of the captain, who's completed his spree with 1.20 bowling economy. The partnership of Ryan Kasam and Yuvraj Batiani was the personal best before Yash Gori and Kushu Patel currently top that as they have 18 runs of 50 balls faced together. And we are back with Kushu Patel facing Kushu Patel, the batter, who is going to be facing Bovan has been sent in, given the ball for his very last over. Post to Yash. Loud appeal. Umpire says no. Definitely leave wrapping in the pad. But umpire says it wasn't threatening the wicket. Shot on good line spin. A quick run. Yash Gori has done better. and it sends Kushi Patel on strike. Tail end partnership has proved to be the best partnership, but at what cost? At the cost of so many wickets, and this partnership is built in under pressure.
Yeah, the curse of the drinks break finally brings the breakthrough for Namibia. Ruan van Vuren gets one to go through the gate of Rishel Patel, who done so well to put on a rear guard resistance with his captain. But Kenya only 83 runs inside 41 overs. And see it on the replay again. Comes off played on there from Rishel Patel. But he done so well to hang in there with his captain, Yesh Goshel, who will be unbeaten. But Kenya only finished on 83 all out. Namibia need 84 from 300 balls for them to get the win. Namibia will need a big win if they are going to chase down these runs. They will need to chase them very, very quickly if they are hoping that things can turn at the Unilag over for them, just in case Sierra Leone is able to get one better of Tanzania. But here at the TBS Oval on match day number 7 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier, Kenya won the toss, decided to bat first. They've been bowled out for 83. And when we come back for the second innings, Namibia will need 84 runs from 300 balls for them to pick up their 4th win over this tournament. We are back for the second innings on match day number 7 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier here at the TBS Oval. Kenya taking on Namibia. Namibia now need 84 runs from 300 balls for them to get a win, pick up their 4th win of the tournament. Kenya won the toss, selected to bat first, but they were unable to mount a very big challenge. They could only manage 83 runs inside 41 overs, but now they have to defend a total that is not so big, and the norm has been throughout the whole tournament that the team that bats first always wins the match. We'll wait and see if Namibia can put a stop to that adje and pick up a victory. My name is Dennis Msali, and I'm with Peter to take you commentary for this second innings. Neil Joshi will take the new ball from the Court of Appeal end. And the two batters for Namibia, Eric and Christian van der Mauer, opening the batting. Namibia, if they are going to give themselves a chance, they need to chase these runs very, very quickly, Peter.
Yes, they don't want to be in a situation where they now have to go ball for run on parity. And
the first ball there from Neil, left alone. Peter, Namibia need a big win. You need to chase these runs maybe under 10 overs to try and improve your net run rate.
Yeah, Namibia also recognizes that just in case Tanzania should lose to Sierra Leone, which is very unlikely, finishing this game early might actually boost their chances of getting that sole World Cup ticket.
Yeah, Peter will be having like an African mother after giving you a whooping. Then they also tell you they love you. Said that if they win, which is very unlikely. But I think the captain there, Francois Duplessis, said that they are not worrying about the other game at the Unilag. Yeah, focused on what is happening here, and if they get a good result, who knows where things could go.
About the other game, you know, back at the Unilag pitch, we are still in the first inning, and Sierra Leone haven't been able to take a wicket yet. The last wicket they took was in the 21st over, taking Karim Kizito for 21, and now Tanzania at a total of 152 for just 3 wickets lost.
I think for my friends in Tanzania, the champagne should be on ice already. Should start making plans on how do you get. You should start Googling on how do you get to Zimbabwe, because I think they've done a fantastic job.
I agree.
Neil Joshi has been brilliant. The only bowler to take a hat-trick in this tournament. Got a hat-trick against Uganda. Beats that outside edge with so much ease. Plants his foot. Everyone goes up. But I think there was some batting there. That's what influenced that decision from Patrick Makumbi Musoke.
Yeah, Nidoshi did definitely feel like that ball was actually going to the wicket. But I think the umpire had seen the distance, calculated the pitch, and concluded that that ball was in no way threatening the stumps at all. The momentum on the field right now is currently, quite quiet for Kenya. I think what they need is a wicket to make them feel alive again and make them want to push this game all the way to the very end.
Much better there. Good use of the feet. Oh. Good backup there from the batter, Eric. The first runs on the board there for Namibia. I think Eric realizing that if he gets stuck in his crease and Neil has found his line and length, he will just keep pinning him down and beating that outside edge. So he took a simple shimmy down the wicket and got to the pitch of the ball.
That is what Yash Guru did in the first over, but I think he actually discovered that late, and by the time he had actually started doing that, the wicket had fallen too many. One run so far to start this inning. It's 1 run for no wickets lost after 1 overs.
Anthony Ndungu will take the ball from the pavilion end for Team Kenya. They'll be bowling to Eric. Again, good stuff there from Eric. Good intent. Small shimmy down the wickets. Full face of the bat. Eric Hamann Lenvelt. Tanzania, for the first time, they could be going to the World Cup. The only other team that hasn't gone in the World Cup. Quick running. Oh, completely misfielded there by Rishel Patel. And they pick up 2 runs. Some very good running between the wickets.
Yeah, the required run rate seems to be coming down, becoming less pressure.
Yeah, there's nothing to do that run rate. They can take all the time in the world they need and they'll still get to the end. But the only other country in this Six Nation tournament that hasn't been to the World Cup will be Sierra Leone if Tanzania are able to go to finish the job today.
I'm pretty sure that is going to be, actually, I think that is beyond the possibility now. It's going to be affirmed.
Well done there by Eric, just pushes it into the gap. It's no longer an assumption, but it is something that is going to happen for sure.
You know, Sierra Leone having been really much of a chaser in this tournament. I think the highest they've scored while batting was 119, and that, I think that one they actually came from behind and tried to chase against Uganda, and they've not really done too well. You know, coming against the side like Tanzania, they have been very effective in bowling, so they'll need to put at least and meet the target, the total runs scored by Tanzania, which I see very unlikely, as Tanzania are currently on 148, still 3 wickets lost.
Yeah, the battle of the unbeaten and the beaten sides. Sierra Leone, the only team yet to win a game. Tanzania, the only team yet to drop a game. And at this rate, maybe things will stay like that. Tanzania are going to the World Cup unbeaten. Yeah, good line and then good areas from Anthony. But the plan for Kenya should be picking wickets. We saw what Tanzania did against them in that low-scoring game. Tanzania really piled on the pressure and picked up wickets, and that eventually was the undoing for Kenya.
The fact that there's still so much balls and so little runs needed to score, there's certainly very little pressure on Namibia.
Yeah, good placement from Christian Van der Mauer. That's a point that in a low-scoring game, don't think about dot balls because you're going to tire yourself for nothing. Wickets is the name of the game. And after 2 overs, 5 for no loss, Namibia. Neil Joshi will continue from the Court of Appeal end. In the gap, just opening the face of the bat and letting the ball run off it. Eric van der Mauer. Maybe I will be very disappointed as well if they don't make it through, because they are the co-hosts of that Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, I know how it feels. You know, being the host, having visitors come around and then they dominate your space, and all you just have to do is sit back and watch. It hurts on another level.
Clearly, Peter, your heart has been broken before. You're speaking from a place of pain.
I think movies do more than just give me better experience at that scenario.
In Uganda, usually we say, as you grow older, your heart keeps hardening. So nothing can phase you anymore. Yeah, Kenya, when they won the toss, they were hoping they would put on a big total. Because, of course, the superstition on this ground has been that whoever bats first is able to win the game. But when you score just 84 runs, then it's so difficult for you to pull off a result.
Every time the scoreboard ticks, it's more pressure on Kenya. Namibia they don't seem to be in any rush. Eric Limbert, sending Eric Limbert this early as an opener to Pierre Tian, it's a strategic approach. Eric just stays there and just pushes one at a time. Tian comes, and when he feels like he can just blow when it's necessary.
In my opinion, I think what they could have tried to do is just deploy their spinners very, very early. Try and get something out of the wicket. We saw what Francois Duplessis did. Because the medium pacers, there's really nothing bowling from them. There's no help at all from the wicket. You're just going to tire yourselves for nothing.
Tries to flick it to beyond the fielder. Square leg. Doesn't beat the fielder. It's a dot ball, but no pressure. Doshi has picked up 7 wickets so far in this tournament. The young lad, he needs to pick up wicket, and this is where it matters the most. The score is low, but it's cricket. It doesn't mean it's undefendable.
I mean, you work with what you have. That's what they always say. And I remember coach back at home would always tell us that runs on board are runs on board. Until the other team gets your score +1, your game is still on. 3 of us gone, 6 for no loss, Namibia.
New bowler in Akshit Seka. Pace has been taken off the ball now. I think they broke the partnership of Anthony Njunga and Nyodoshi too early. And Akshit Seka is going to come with a different style of bowling. And it comes with a different style with a different penalty. A wide of the first ball. And another run on the board for Namibia. finally bowled to the off stump, but a run was bolted out of it.
Yeah, I think Namibia, if things don't go the way they assumed, they will be thinking about that game against Tanzania. They really had them on the wall, but somehow they let them slip away, especially at the back end, and eventually couldn't find the 17 runs required for the win. Very well played. Good control there from Eric. Doesn't even bother to hit the ball very hard. Good, just rolls his wrists over that ball and gets to the boundary. The first one for Namibia in the second innings.
Yeah, every decision comes with a consequence. They decided to take the pace off and play the spin, made the ball slower, and I think the slower balls are few more playable for Namibia, and they scored a very quick boundary to lessen the runs chase and mount more pressure on the bowlers of Kenya.
Kashit Seka, the bowler from the pavilion end. The thing is that you want to bowl slow, but you need to bowl quality spin. You're not just going to slow down the ball. It has to be very, very good quality. We saw what the captain Francois Duplessis did for Namibia. It was bowling some very quality leg spin. Yeah, it's completely poorly done there by the fielder. I think the shouting just got him off. Everyone was shouting catch. The ball awkwardly in front of him.
Yeah, Eric advancing to play that shot. Just didn't advance enough to find a space over the fielder. The fielder reacting late and had to chase the ball all the way to the boundary. And now more pressure for Kenya. And Namibia looking very comfortable, posting 16 runs on the ball after 4 overs. Their run rate is looking very increasing by the over. They've been playing at least 4 runs and over, while needing a required run rate of 1.68. Kenya may certainly have taken Anthony Njunga off the ball, but they didn't take out Nyodoshi as he is back for his 3rd over.
I think Neil has been a good enforce of things for the Kenyans at the top with the new ball. Gets it to shape in a place where you're playing under clear blue skies. You don't have too much advantage, but we've seen him get some shape on that ball. Swing and a miss, and what a catch by the captain.
Tian trying to replicate the shot of Eric Paro. Advanced, swinged, and a back edge. Very, very lovely comeback from the keeper, who was going in one direction and made a very quick recovery for that dive. That's actually a very good size, very good reflexes. The first wicket and a bit of momentum for Kenya.
Yeah, Yash reminding me of my days. Very, very good. Him was going one way and then he had to come back the other way to take a very good catch. Good height for him to put in a dive, and he continues to have a good day. This time with the gloves, he was unbeaten with the bat, but he pulls off a blinder to get rid of Christian van der Mauer. Namibia losing their first wicket, 16 for 1. Liam Basson is the new batter for Namibia. Yeah, that catch should energize the rest of the team. For Team Kenya, they need wickets, and the more they can pick up, the more pressure they can pile on that Namibian batting lineup.
Indonesia has taken up another wicket in this inning, and this match precisely, and it's taking its total to 8. We've seen so many bowlers come in, doing what they know how to do best, and that's take more wickets. We've seen Pablo place it top of the bowling chart with 12. We've seen Laksh, who has scored the 50 today. We've seen him also go up in the batting chart as well. Kenya are certainly not making most of the opportunities they've had. They've dropped 2 catches now. Usually we're used to seeing Tanzania getting all these freebies, all these extra lives, but same is applying to Namibia today, and I think they want to make the most of it.
Yeah, that was a difficult chance there for Stan Smith. In my opinion, I'll applaud him for stopping what certainly would have been at least 2 runs. Very well played by Liam. Because the difference in that is that Liam actually played the shot. So the ball comes very, very quickly to you, and it looks like he's standing very close.
Only 1 run given so far in the 5th over, and a wicket also was taken. The total climbs up to 17 for 1 wicket lost. Namibia will be needing 67 runs now off the next 170 balls. Two boundaries in his previous over, but the captain still trusts him with the ball. Actually, is returning for his 2nd over. A quick adjustment to the field setting, a quick adjustment to field position. One fielder coming in for another, as 2 fielders exchange positions, but only 1 fielder is outside of the 30-yard cycle at deep mid-wicket. Definitely was spinning, but put too much spin to it. Umpire says wasn't threatening the wicket.
Yeah, that was turning to way too much, and I think that's what saved Liam. See, now that 1 wicket has pumped up the Kenyans. They need at least 9 other wickets for them to pick up a win. But you have to make sure you stay in the fight.
Changing the line, adjusting the line, going full, going short on good length. Actually has been diversifying and bowling in variations. Just trying to keep Liam Bassin really quiet. Not quiet enough as he steals a single and brings Eric Lindvet on strike. Correct run rate dropping, but it's still very encouraging. There's low pressure, very little to no pressure. 66 is needed of the next 166 balls.
I'll tell you, Peter, the only pressure that Kenya can put on Namibia is if they pick up at least a hat-trick. Oh, that strikes a helmet, and immediately the umpires call for the physio. Make sure they check on the batter. It's mandatory these days that once the ball strikes the helmet, it's just a precaution.
Yeah, Eric Lindbergh looks okay. He looks better safe than sorry. Running to the current batting scorecard. Eric Lindbergh is being quick to score himself, get himself into double figures. Tian van der Meer was initially his partner, but actually got caught behind by the wicket keeper. Liam Barson has 2 runs and is currently partnering with Eric Lindbergh in the crease. And bowling chart, New Doshi has picked up the first wicket. Anthony Ndungu came in, he's bowled only 1 over so far, hasn't got himself a wicket. Akshit Sekar will wait 1 ball to complete his over, his second over, due to the concussion check for Eric Lindbergh after the last ball hit him at the back of the helmet.
Yeah, very well played by Eric, just knocking it down to the sweeper. At least after from that shot, it is clear he's very okay after the ball struck his helmet. But after 6 overs, Namibia 19 for 1. Neil Joshi continues from the Court of Appeal end. Tries to dig something into the pitch. Very well played by Eric, and they pick up a single. Good cricket from Namibia. They're not just playing dead bat, even if it's a slow total. They're trying to make sure they seize the initiative. 20 for 1. They need only 64 runs from so many balls.
Liam Barson on strike. Steps back, plays it. Doesn't place beyond the gully. A run of the first ball, a dot of the second. Nyodoshi, despite the distance and the length of his run-up, is not looking tired. He's looking rather hungry. Nyodoshi has Sajit and Yuvraj at his middle and middle section to assist him and making sure no ball goes past him to the boundary. On the back foot again and hopped, tried to cut it, and again was proven the opportunity to try and take it on was futile, courtesy of the fielder at the gully region.
More effort there from Neil Joshi, but he's clapped through mid-wicket by Liam. Very good shot there from Liam. He's right on top of the ball and he's able to hit it wicket.
Look at that boy again. Came too full. Look at Yoko length. And Liam dealt with it brilliantly. Just caught it, flicks it towards the deep mid-wicket region. And due to the fact that no fielder is there, the ball travelled all the way. We're still in the power play of this game. And Namibia are going fly already. Putting already a good looking score on their chase.
Yeah, very solid there from Neil just to finish up that 7th over. 24 for 1, Namibia. Akshit Seka. Very, very good purchase off the wicket. And Peter, that's what I mentioned, that in the second innings, because we know spin will be a big factor, let's try and bowl as much spin as possible. I'm surprised that they've taken some time before bringing Stian Smith into the attack as well.
We probably might see Stian Smith coming or any other spinner coming when they decide to rest Neil Doshi. For everyone that is scored, I don't think the Kenyans are happy. Akshit Seka has made Eric Lindbergh play the last 3 balls on his back foot and played at a very, very late timing. Ball not travelling, 3 dots. But I think that is the tactical approach of Kenya. While the wickets are not falling, the dots are definitely falling in, but there's still very little pressure on Namibia.
Very good stuff. Good commitment there from Seka. And that's a ball that I thought Eric would be attacking, the one that's tossed up. Use your feet, get to the pitch of the ball and try and find the gap. Very good soft hands. That's on an off spinner. That's always an assured single.
Was looking like it was going to be a maiden over, but Namibia has made sure to deny every single bowling over on this Kenya side. I made it as they made sure that at least a run is being scored in every over, and that is how they want to go for, and that is how they should go forward. Know when to dot the balls, but make sure the ball keeps sticking. And it's the 8th over, 25 for just 1 wicket lost.
Neil Joshi will continue from the Court of Appeal end. Starts off with another dot. Is into his 5th over, just giving out 8 runs. Picked up a wicket as well. That wicket, a very good catch behind the stumps here from the captain Yash. Top of the drawer stuff. And I think one of the catches of the tournament so far.
I don't think there's been any better catch than the one we saw in the first inning The ball was very, very low, and the second stage went very lower than the ball, and made sure he held on to that ball.
Unfortunate there, the ball beating both batter and keeper. But Anthony comes around, is able to stop the ball. Difficult balls to take, just dying in front of Yash.
That is one of the attributes of a pace ball. The slightest, error can see that ball travel, and that is what happened. Yash has been fantastic behind the sticks, but yeah, sometimes those minor slip up happen. But in this time, this slip up actually comes with consequences, and the consequence of that is you see 2 more runs added to the board for Namibia.
Another one, this time much better. Good line and length here for Neil.
Reminding Eric who he is up against. Smell the ball, as I like to call it. Give him the ball as eyes length, going eye to eye with the ball.
Peter today, the Lagos hit today, very, very unforgiving. We sort of try and feel for the teams that are out there in the middle. Because for them, we are at least under some shade, but for them, I don't like playing with a cup, but I'm sure this is one of the days I will have to use the cup.
I think that Royal Kenya needs to try and understand that this weather is not favorable to either side. So if they want to actually have the last laugh and not go down 2-0, because right now the weather is against them, temperatures are against them, and losing this game might just not be something that they want to commemorate that. We've seen a run taken every over. That is just very magnificent, given the fact that the required run rate is still sitting low. Ends the over with a dot, and it's 27 for 1 wicket lost after 9 overs. Namibia will be requiring 57 more runs now of the next 246 balls. Hasn't gotten a wicket, but he's still the one with the ball. It's Akshit Sekar for his 4th over. Tries to play behind for a leg by, but hits his eye, and Charles behind, they were able to take a single off of it. Good pickup from the fielder, fine leg. Clivet comes from a fantastic bowling spell, bowling 7 overs and picking up himself a wicket as well as a maiden, and he's coming to start this partnership with Tian, and he's still the one there partnering up with Liam Barson this time.
Yeah, you can see Seka getting a lot of patches. You can see the turn in that ball, but a good lunge forward there from Eric, and most definitely that ball striking his midriff, so no chance for LBW. Eric just needs to pick and choose his balls. The one that is tossed up is the one you want to attack. That's more like it. Good use of the feet. It's very good to see if you, with the amount of patches that the bowlers are getting, if you get stuck in your crease, you most of the time be in trouble.
Yeah, cuts it behind, crosses into the gap. 1 run due to the distance of the ball, and that ends the 10th over. It's 30 for 1 on the board, 1 wicket lost. And that ends the power play. 54 runs required of the next 240 balls. This is going to be a very difficult game for Kenya. And it seems Kenya have chosen to stick with the spin. The biggest partnership in this inning was that of Eric Lindvet and Tian van der Meer, which might be broken very soon as Liam Barsin and Eric Lindvet partnership is just 2 behind. 4 extras given out so far at the end of the power play. Kenya deciding to still stick with the spin. They've sent in Stian Smith. He didn't have a good first inning, but he will look to make up for that. He's been entrusted with the ball early in the game, despite the fact that the runs are ticking very fast. Ball put on the leg, ball sent to the leg. Fielder chase futile, a boundary 4. 4 runs to the board. Adjustment in line now, ball taken out of the leg and brought to the offside, and it was dotted. Something I think should have been applied much earlier, but I think it's better late than never. Picked up his corrections really quick.
Chase look like this. We've seen a lot of dead bats chasing runs in the second inning come out intent here. Very quick single there. Just plucking the ball, soft hand, taking on the field. Getting the single from there, like I was saying. You see them rotating strike, getting the much needed boundaries. Attacking that ball is fully picked. Walking it around that leg area, section in the deep this time. Just a single there to end that over, 11th over. 1. Indians they come out strong. Just straight down the leg. That shot.
Yeah, Sajid is the one that has been coming now. He's replacing Akshit.
Aggressive, but you want to keep the ball ticking. They've done that. Watch the ball very well. Plus just one wicket in this chase. They look to be in the driver's seat. They look to be in control here. You see walking all the way to the offside. Bringing that ball back onto the leg side. Plenty of space on this offside. I don't see any extra cover here.
He swoops it airborne. Didn't find the boundary. Deep mid wicket was quick. Chased after that ball, picked it up. It's one more run on the board for Namibia. Be it pace, be it spin bowling, Namibian batters have proved themselves capable and have combated every over with intelligence and style. Sajid, the new bowler who was sent in to break this partnership, might need to wait a little longer as this over has been finished. It's the end of the 12th over. It's 43 more runs on the board now and only one wicket has been lost so far for Namibia. I think the captain has given too many throws to his bowlers. Actually having a very expensive first over. The captain still trusted him with the ball and he's done same with Stian Smith. Liam Barton would knocked.
Full toss there. Seen a lot of full pitch deliveries, not taken to the cleaners. Seen a lot of dead bats. That first inning particularly. A lot of balls should have been dispatched to the boundary. But you know, batsmen being too careful to express themselves. That's not the case here. That's not the case here with Namibia. Another well-struck cut shot there. The chase is on. Yeah, stopped the ball from getting to the boundary. Very good effort taking that field on. Getting 3 from there. Very good running between wickets. This pair decided and they formed the partnership. Much needed one. Doing just what they need. Get themselves across the line. Very low total.
Was brought to the middle and dealt with properly. As Eric Lindbergh sends it back to the bowler. Hasn't considered an over a boundary in this over, but is giving out 4 runs and is down the pressure.
Down the ground. Very well struck, straight back, bowler's line. Very good shot. It's gone all the way, straight drive. Want to see more of that. Very good. He's expressed himself. You can see that on replay. Straight drive. Clinical shot. It's come straight out of the bat. And you can see the parents of both teams on the pitch. The Kenyan parents, Namibian parents. That's a cricket lab there. I'm sure Kenyans would have wanted more runs on the board to give this game and make this game more exciting, getting lower than 100 on board. Seen us in this situation, 51 for 1. Namibia chasing and doing it in style. Sajet to continue from the pavilion end. Tidy line there.
Yeah, look at the Nigerian players. They have a match here tomorrow. They will be playing for pride against Uganda as both teams just have a win each. Sweeps it down to the deep mid-wicket region. It's one more run for Liam Barson. Liam Barson and Eric Lindbergh both above the 20-run mark. It's the kind of partnership you want to build. There's no need losing too many wickets. The run chase is very, very much more favorable. Try to scoop that behind. It successfully does. I was able to get 2 runs of it. Very lovely improvised shots from Eric Lindbergh. Since coming on strike, since being in the game, he's been very, very calm, stepping out when necessary, making proper contact with the balls. Plays it to the mid-on region. Stan Smith may have given out too many runs, but certainly isn't letting the balls get past him while fielding. Steps out, didn't feel comfortable, didn't want to send the ball airborne, and didn't want to risk getting stumped. Just blocks the ball, puts the ball down as best as he possibly could, and ends the 14 over in style. It's 54 on the board for 1 wicket loss. Namibia now needing 30 runs of the next 216 balls. AJ, how do you see this game going for Kenya? Is there any chance of actually salvaging something at the end of the day?
No, and no again. I would say that would be my answer. Namibia sitting comfortably on the driver's seats, cruising gently, steadily to the much needed runs, 30 runs off 216 balls. That's a whole lot. The only way Kenya can have any part of this party, like they've put off their dancing shoes, I guess, is if they get wickets in succession. They need probably a hat trick and more wickets dropping afterwards, which I think is not going to be what we are going to see here. You can see this partnership is rock solid now, and we should look to see these two take the game away from Kenya.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Namibia, since the very first game, they've been very inventive and selective on their shots. And this game, given the fact that they are coming in the second innings to bat, they look to be the one to break the jinx against the side who actually did first of all break the jinx at the Unilag pitch.
Very well said. We've seen teams bat first and win, taking everything away, and this is going to be an exception to that rule. Namibia restricting Kenya here at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval to that mega total of 83 runs, and now they're struggling, and that's wicket number 2, finger going up there at the center. He's tried to walk that ball to the leg side and it's been trapped. Let's see that on replay.
Yeah, look at that ball coming, and directly, definitely was going to the leg stump. The batter actually wanted to feel relieved. Batter felt relieved until seeing the umpire's finger come up later on, much to his dismay. Look at that ball. The swing behind that ball was going, definitely was going to the leg stump.
Plum again. Kenya has decided to do something different. The spin has not given them the results they required, and now they've returned to pace. Krishal Patel has come back into the attack and has picked up very, very vital wickets.
Let's look at that wicket again. That was very plumb. Liam Barson shouldn't have triggered. He triggered that. And now he has to walk back to the stands. Look at the umpire's finger again. Now the captain is in the crease, pairing up with Eric Lindbergh. Eric Lindbergh started this game and he's seen two partnerships getting broken. Faf du Plessis has been very, very calm in terms of in situations like this. And there's a high possibility that he and Eric Lindbergh might be the two pairs to finish this game for Namibia.
Yeah, I thought I spoke too early, too soon. A wicket for Kenya. It's brought back some life into that fielding squad. You see their shoulders are up now. They need to try get some quick wickets. See if that would trouble this batting lineup. Sure has some depth. Captain on the crease now. Continue the good job has been done by the openers. Another very good delivery. You can see the intent. Patel's delivery has actually kept that ball wicket to wicket. You have to do something with your bat. You need to speak with your bat.
Rishi Patel has just finally gotten his first over as pace has returned back. But certainly not a maiden time yet for Kenya. The last 15 overs Kenya have bowled and no maiden yet, as Namibia has made sure the ball kept ticking, finishing the 15th over with a run of the last ball, taking the total of to 55 for 2 wickets lost. Running into that wicket again. Oh, definitely was plumb. Definitely.
Same, trigger stepping, moving, walking across his wicket. Plumb. Very correct decision by umpire there. Doing a great job in this squashing sun. And you can see from the current run rates sitting above 3 per over. Required run rates less than 1 run per over at this time. You can see that Namibians are cruising. You don't need anything extra. You just need to continue to do what you're doing. Occupy the crease. The sun is out. Sure. Tire them out. And that's exactly what you're doing. Captain there facing his 4th ball. It's 1 run to his name. Du Plessis.
Saidi always completed Pirates, giving out only 6 runs.
Lovely strike there. Pick the gap. Around that covers area, no extra cover. Let's run straight out of the boundary. Very good shot there. Coming straight out of the middle of the bat. Is rocking back on back foot. With an offer. Brilliant shot there by the captain. Is here with a purpose. And straight away you can recognize that purpose. Needs to win this game for his team.
Kenya can only shake their heads now. This game is certainly not looking the way they plan to. And it's looking very much out of their grasp. But they just have to fight to the very end. 25 needed now. Make that 24 and still 207 more balls to go. As that call was only given as a wide than the expected finger the fielding side were expecting to see.
Very clear calls there. Wait, no. Don't want to be mixing communication up at this level. Skips out of his crease. Misses the ball completely. That was uncalled for. Very, very uncalled for by the captain. We want to expect more from you. It's been stumped out. You can see that on your replay.
But he was expecting that ball to turn in, but there was no turn behind that ball, as that ball ended up going straight to the gloves of the keeper, who was very quick are disassembling the wickets.
Very, very good glove work there, but I should say some irresponsibility on the part of the captain. You can see that on replay. There was no reason ball not attacking your stumps. Just come out. Wild swing. Couldn't get back. Very easy pickings for the wicketkeeper, who does that job very cleanly. And another wicket down for the Namibian side. Now you're putting yourselves in all sorts of problems. That was unexpected from the captain. You should be more responsible. You should see the game through. But not taking it away from this Kenyan side. You see him tossing that ball up, drawing the batsman out of his crease. Very good thinking. He's gotten very good result. You can see from the young man there. He knows what he's doing. He's worked that man up, captain of that side. And it's 60 for 3. 15.5 overs gone in this contest.
Yeah, Ben Brassel has been running around the pitch today on the field in the first inning, but now we need to run in between the wickets as only 24 more runs are needed of the next 205 balls. Kenya recognizes that they don't do it anymore, and only a fall of wickets will win this game for them.
Very well, like I said, for Kenya to get anything out of this game, they need to take all wickets in quick successions. They've done that, picked up 2 quick wickets. They need to see some responsible play now from this side. Very well played. Ben straight off the mark, punching that ball into the covers region and getting a single.
Yeah, we look at that wicket again. There was no need for coming out at all. I do not see any reason for stepping out. It was what his attitude was stay there and play. But that is the end of this tournament, of this inning for Faf du Plessis. There's no more chance of catching up with Lash on top of the run scoring chart. Ben Brassel in strikes as he asks for his stance. He's going to be facing now, and he's going to be facing Krishil Patel. Ball blocked towards the leg side, but there was enough gap, and Namibia take a single off the ball, putting more pressure on Kenya. 62 runs now, and 23 needed. Came full this time, came for the stumps, and then clean it off at the 4 defensive shots. Eric has been taken since getting into that crease, as well as he did with the ball while bowling in the first inning. But he's been very calm, he's been very reserved, and opening up when he needs to, finding the boundaries when he needs to. Hasn't gone big, but made sure he's got good runs to his scores and that of the team's total.
Very good batting performance by Eric there. That's what we want to see from your opening bats. If the line is tidy, the bowling is on top, you want to see those bowlers, see them out. Then you can play other bowlers and walk yourself around. You don't want to lose your wickets to them opening pairs. That's why your opening batsman is supposed to, walk the ball. They say when we were growing up, 1 run there, 1 quick run there, soft arms. And it's 21 runs needed now of 200 deliveries. I don't think anything would go wrong at this stage. The stage is set for the Namibians to take this game and take it all. From the look of things with cricket, they say it's biscuits, cabin biscuits. You know, it breaks, it crumbles. And have you seen, Peter, have you seen the Namibians walking out of them, escaping out of their crease? I don't think that is necessary. Stand and deliver would be more like it, but he's bowling, he's facing a pacer, wicketkeeper far back.
Yeah, Tian and Eric Lindbergh, Tiak and Olivia were doing that in the first, pair. I'm successful with that. Every other partnership has been successful with that. You look at that flick right now, just now, from Ben Brasso towards the fine leg region. They got a run of that. Every batter has actually been successful for the Namibia side in terms of stepping out and making contact with the ball, except for the captain himself, who miscalculated and misjudged the turn on the ball.
Wow, very well said. Definitely, they know if you're skipping, you should know as a batsman, you're skipping out of your crease. You wouldn't want to miss that ball. So we advise you skipping to the line of the ball, not skipping and giving yourself room to play. Most of the time, you miss that line and you pay for it. It's your wicket. But for now, doing very well. Sajid is bowled very, very well. He's turned the ball. He's coming back into the attack now. He's got 1 for 12 in his 3 overs bowled. He's saddled with the responsibility to continue that and see if he can get more wickets for this team. Oh, what a turn. A big cry from the bowler. Nothing there. Umpires not bothered.
I think there's a reason why Ben wants to be on strike. That ball was actually on the chase as the fielders were chasing it, but Ben refused to run and just wants to be on strike. I think he has an ulterior motive.
Oh, you can say that again. He wants to face the ball and he's played that beautiful late cut into the gap, runs away into the boundary for 4. You can see that's some classy shots there. I see it on replay. It's waited enough. Got that ball out of the middle of his bat. Finds that gap. Much needed runs for his team. And you see why he has decided not to take that single. He's gotten 4 for himself and his team.
Towards long, drives that ball towards the long off region, long on, having to run in and stopping that ball, but it's still another run for Namibia. So much pressure right now. Kenya can just do the only thing Kenya can do right now is just see out the rest of this game as it is way out of their hands.
You can say that again, Peter. Plenty of right hand in that shot. You want to keep the bat straight, creaming it down the line, not really involving the bottom hand. But of course, he knows what he's doing out there for his team. And another cheeky one there. Miscommunication. Hand is out. Bat hanging in the air. That was uncalled for. Was cheeky. There was a fielder there. Little paddle down that fine leg area.
Yeah, Eric Lindbergh tries to ramp it behind, but lovely stop. A little hesitation there from Ben Brasso. Could have seen him actually get into the crease, but he was a little hesitant in taking the runs. And when he finally did, he was already a second too late as the quick hands of Yash Gohill saw him having to walk down to the stands and see Namibia lose another wicket as we get to the interesting part of this game.
Very, very uncalled for, I should say, Peter. You know, they teach us, and we also teach the kids out there, the young lads out there playing cricket. You always have to allow the ball beat the field. That was not the case here. Very good effort from that man at short leg. Put the body on the line, thrown his body to the ground, and has been able to combine with his captain, the wicketkeeper, in making that run out a successful one. Wicket down for Namibia.
Yeah, Eric Lindbergh has already been in this game for 4 partnerships. This last one, I wouldn't want to say it's his fault because of the hesitance from Look at the first wicket. Look at that wonderful dive. That U-turn. Pick up the ball by Yadgoyo. And then the LBR field there. Trigger. That's all the ambassador having to walk back after the umpire gave late award of the out. Steps out. Misses the ball. And then tries to ramp it behind. That was a very wonderful stop. Yes, it's an of the Brazil, who I think was what cost us. The ball was already behind.
Yeah, then you have to know who is calling for who. Ball behind the batter is the non-striker's call. The non-striker should have sent him back, but they decided to take the runs. It's uncalled for. 15 runs needed off 193 balls. I don't know why you're forcing it. You shouldn't force it, like I said. Just stick in there and, you know, rotate the strike like you've been doing. Wait for the bad balls and dispatch them. Will get you over the line without losing too many wickets. They should be careful now because they need a very good run, net run rate at the end of this game to save themselves from going back to Division 2.
Yeah, Waldo Smith didn't get the chance to bowl today, but he's certainly getting his chance to bat. The runs are low, but it doesn't mean the wickets can't fall. Waldo Smith taking his guard. One of the most annoying things in cricket is getting out for a ball you didn't face.
That's why I'm saying there should be clear communication at this level. You've tied the game down, played very well till now. You don't want to be getting out due to some unforced error. Let them come, let them get you out, let them work hard for wicket. You don't want to be throwing your wicket. See that on replay again. I'm sure he saw that guy stop the ball. There was no run there. There was no run of any sort. You took on that fielder and you've paid the price with your wicket. This is not what we want to see. This is what we are saying. Still plenty of batting to come for the Namibians. And just 15 runs needed to get over the line. I'm sure, like I said, they don't want to be losing too many wickets. Although they are ready. It's game set for the 3 that are going back to Division 2. It's Uganda, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. But you want to finish on a high as well.
You know, Ajao, I just realized something. I just remember that Eric Lindbergh that attempted this shot against Nigeria in the first game wasn't successful. This time was almost successful, but the fantastic field in there actually nullified that success and cost them a wicket. Swings it up in the air, swings it towards the square leg region. There was no square leg deployed. His deep mid wicket had to chase, wasn't chasing in time, and the runs have reduced as you saw that lovely boundary there. Eric Lindbergh increasing his total runs. A futile chase. We all knew that ball was going to go to the boundary at the end of the day. 11 runs needed now of the next 191 balls.
Eric playing a fantastic shot there. It only shows you the longer you stay, the better the batsman you are. Pitched up full. And it's gone, creamed it through covers for a beautiful 4. Was a dive attempt there to no avail. And again, much deserved boundaries. Now 11 runs needed from so much balls. Current run rate. With this 4, with this boundary, the total runs needed now 7 runs.
Namibia didn't even give us the chance to start a countdown. They just went from 11 and went straight to 7.
Can you imagine 2 consecutive boundaries. Shika coming back strong to get a dot ball. But you can see the current run rate at 4.16 per over. And again, you have skipped out of your crease for no just cause. Eric, I was just saying how beautifully he's played. And now again he's thrown his wicket. I don't understand why you're losing wickets now when you just have less than 10 runs to win. You're getting too excited. Very good glove work from the captain of the Kenyan side. He's made no mistakes in taking the bails off, stomping him out.
Yeah, when you look at that ball, you see that Eric was expecting a fuller ball, but the ball just pitched short and he had already too much. Look at that again. He was definitely expecting a fuller length ball, a probably a good length ball, but the ball pitched just short of his presence of where he was at and went past him into the hands of the ever fast Yash Gohill.
Yeah, we want to say you stand your ground, no skipping out. You've done that. You've given a chance out. And very well deserved. Yash making no mistakes. You can see from the replay. He's done very well behind the stumps. Another skip out. And you can see the glove ward from Yash. Brilliant, brilliant wicket keeping. No real scare for the Namibian batting side as they head closer to the final runs. This over, I think. We're trying to wrap that game up in that over. The 7 needed of 100 and another ton there. Brilliant. The last one was leaving the bat. Now this one coming into the bat. Very good thinking. Sure, if they had about 150, would have had the contest in our hands here. But now, just trying to wrap this game up. The Namibians.
Yeah. Look at Misilo. Very first contact with the ball. You know, the last game against Uganda was the first game he was actually playing. He didn't get too bad because the game finished real quickly for Namibia. But now he's in the crease and facing his very first ball of the tournament. The over has finished. The 19th over has completed. It's 77 on the board for 5 wickets lost. Namibia side looking very, very strong as they need just 7 more runs of the next 186 balls. Odo Smith, that's the man facing. We've seen too many variants of shots from Eric Lindbergh. Odo Smith has to go back on. He's played more on his back foot since coming into the crease, and in doing that, he will have to find spaces more as his shots are not going where he plans to. Off the body towards the fine leg region, but there was a short fine leg in place. And that ball is dotted. I think Eriko, I've seen the fact that Eriko is actually the biggest problem Kenya have had. And since taking him out, I think everybody's looking really, really energetic. They feel that they've taken out the key. And now the doors are unlocked and they can start running down the wickets.
Not much, not very much that they can do. There's so many wickets in hand for this Namibian side. 2 new batters in the crease. It's expected that the run rate drops. Just trying to regroup now. Need to do that. Head steady. And you can see the bowling has been very tidy. Maiden over there from Sajet. Very good bowling. Even with 7 runs left in this contest. He's brought out his best. He's done a maiden over of deliveries there. 7 needed of 180 balls. That's so much, Peter. Even my grandparents who come out and achieve this, I'm sure so many balls to spare.
You know what they say, Ajao, let the dead be. Let them enjoy their cricket at the other side. Let us focus on this one.
Yeah, I get you. I was going to wake them up. There's nothing really in this contest. Namibia set. Brilliant. Beating outside the edge of the bat.
Definitely with the too long. I think he's not seeing the intensity of the game. He's seeing how the pressure is. Ball was in the air, but way out of the reach of Akshit Sekar. Just bounces before getting to the field at mid-off. And Michilo stays to face another ball. 3 dots.
Two new batters struggling to get off the mark. No scares at all. You just need to stay there a while. And again, rocking on the back foot, finding the man at point. In the 50 over version of this game of cricket, you need a mainstay. Top of the wicket is gone across the line. Got in a bat to it. Man in the deep. Just one run from there.
6 more runs needed now. I just do not see how Kenya plan to come back from this. It's the end of the 21st over. It's 78 for 5 wickets. 6 runs needed of the next 174 balls. And quickly run into the... But let's come back here first, as every clean vet who stayed very, very long has scored today's highest runs on this ground at 35 or 58 balls. Luka Michilo and Waldo Smith are the 2 batters currently in the crease, with Luka Michilo getting his first run of the tournament. Waldo Smith in strike. Luka Michilo in strike. Tried to get Waldo Smith, was anticipating a run, but was scored off. On the back foot, reacts balls in the hands of the wicket keeper. Not entirely in the hands of the wicket keeper, but definitely they come in contact with the gloves.
In the air and over the man at point. Definitely getting a couple of runs from here. 2 runs off it. That was a chip in the air. Hard enough over that man at point.
Yeah, the team seems disappointed, but I feel he tried his very best. The ball was just too high for him. But lovely recovery and lovely chase down from New Doshi. He picks up the ball and Cubs on the 4 runs, but the runs needed is now very low, as they just be needing 4 more runs.
Another chance put down there by the captain. Faintest of edge. Refused to hold on to it. Gives the man another life. And up in the air now. Who wants it? Someone under it. Easy catch there. Namibia continue to throw their wickets. 4 runs needed of 170 balls.
Luka Michilo is coming, it looked, his fun run was actually coming to an end. He just didn't last as much as he wanted to.
Yeah, he just nicked one that almost got caught by the keeper of the Kenyan side. Let's see again. That ball over that man at point. Didn't get the much deserved boundary. Got a couple from there, got 2 runs. And you see that was that nick there. Bowler very, very livid. And again, just the ball after that. Split across. Got in the ticket into the air.
I think I have to applaud the intelligence of the Kenyan bowlers. They know when to put tons on the ball and when to take it off. Even though Namibia are needing 4 runs of the next 169 balls. But let's talk about that last ball. We saw it earlier when Sarjit came and took the turn of the ball, making Faf du Plessis step out, expecting the ball to come in. It didn't. And same thing happened with Luka Michilo, who was expecting that ball to turn in. And he had gone on one knee to take the ball, but the ball just came straight. And he played it with the top end of the bat, sent the ball high, skyways, and into the hands of Sarjit, and into the hands of Yuvraj Batiani.
Very brilliant bowling display here by the Kenyans. They've done very well with their bowling. They've come short in their batting. I've said it. They had put 120 on board. This would have been a very, very good contest. They've come short of 100 and they're struggling here. There's 4 more runs needed. See that on replay again. Ball outside, off stump. He swung across the line. Got that top edge. Easy pickings for the fielder there. Urav 80 for 6 after 22 overs of play.
Dan Brasso was very excellent with the ball coming in as the opening bowler. He came in as bowler number 1, but is coming in now as batter number 8. Was expected to stop the runs from coming in the first inning, but now he's sent in to get the runs coming in. I love that's one of the things I like about this sport. There are two sides of it. In the first inning, you are meant to stop. In the second inning, you are meant to continue.
Yeah, exactly. Like we say, who they bowl the bat. So when you put up a mega score, you want to come back and try defend it. The same way when you put up a big score, the other team is also there with the bat to try score as much as you have. Brings out competitiveness in this sport. Akshat Checker to continue from the cut of appeal end. He's picked up 2 dot balls. Oh, what a ball there. He's beating everybody, beating the keeper all the way to the boundary. The race is on. And they've denied the ball reaching the boundary. Pick up some valuable runs there. You can see that ball, so much turn, beat the bat, beat the keeper as well. The city chase, very good running.
Yash was expecting the ball to come higher, only for the ball to just go beneath his bat. While the Smith now has 2 runs on the board, his first 2 runs of the game. And we are actually at a tie right now. It's 83 for 6 wickets. And Namibia are now needing just 1 run of the next 165 balls.
And the Vuvuzela sounds we are hearing now are from the parents of the Namibians.
Are we going to be getting a ceremonial finish? I guess not.
Loud shout there. Appeal. Umpire not bothered. See that again. Oh. Let's beat the bat. Umpire not convinced. He's taking any part of the bat. So the keeper. Just 1 run needed in this contest.
The last ball goes big. I guess not.
Not in my over, says Shika. It's bowled. That last ball, a dot ball. And the scoreboard is tied at 83 runs. One more run to end this beautiful game of cricket at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Square over. It's 1 run needed of 162. I don't think anything can go wrong here. Even if wickets drop, I think this game is gone and is set to go the way of the Namibians.
Shilok Sanin's been employed to come and spin. The ball was driven towards the boundary. Very, very lovely finish. Show the game. The jinx on this ground has been broken. Namibia, the first side on this ground to come in and bat in the second inning and win the tournament and win the match. Sorry, my corrections. Come in from the second inning and end up winning the match. It was a match for pride, a big game, but Namibia come out on top and go above Kenya on the table. This game went really big, went really long. Kenya just didn't put up enough on the board, and when the wicket started to fall, it was already almost too late, as there was already enough runs on the board and the Namibian side played very comfortably. And it's the end of the match here today between Namibia and Kenya. Kenya putting up 83 on the board in the first innings all out. Namibia coming in to chase and chase comfortably, winning the game by 4 wickets. It's one of the things you enjoy in a cricket game, in a youth game like this. Tanzania will end up being Africa's representative at the under 19 ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. We'll be back with you shortly for the post-match But for now, enjoy yourselves, and I hope that your favorite team won here today. And if it wasn't, I hope you surely did enjoy what happened in the game. Look at that first catch when the wicket started to fall and Kenya was starting to build momentum. Look at the second wicket fall. That big appeal, the trigger, and then the finger that followed suit. Faf du Plessis, that was the captain of the Namibian side, who come out and got stumped. Eric Livett attempting a scoop shot. Late reaction from his batting partner, Benjamin Basso. Saw him get run out. Another stump there, Eric Livett, this time the guilty man, as he had to go out very early. Big four. Big attempt from Ryan wasn't enough, as Muliro got 2 runs off that big shot and then tried going big again. Wasn't successful. After getting first, after he got dropped initially, the keeper couldn't up to the ball. Went big a second time, unsuccessful as the ball didn't go too far from the batting crease and lost his wicket. And this was the finishing run. So join us back later for the post-match interview and post-match award.
Welcome to the post-match presentation on match day number 7 of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier here at the TBS Square. We are the clash between Namibia and Kenya. Namibia winning this one very, very easily and comfortably. But first we'll speak to the captain of the Kenyan team, Yash. Yash, unfortunate for you, didn't go well. What do you think didn't go well for you in this particular game?
It's quite simple and it's quite obvious. We just didn't have a partnership while batting.
Yeah.
Too many wickets fell. No one spent enough time with me on the wicket, so there was just no partnership.
Summarize the rest of the group. I know you were not able to make it through to go to the World Cup. What has been the experience for you as a whole unit?
Of course, there's a lot to take back. For most of us, this was our last Under-19. We had a good time here, good tournament as well, great grounds. difficult wickets to bat on as well. So I think we'll take back a few things such as intensity and energy in the field. Apart from that, best of luck to the guys who are going to the World Cup.
All right. Any good things you've been able to see from unit? Things that you will work on back home, and then you come in the tournament and you see them being applied by the young players.
Yeah, as a bowling unit, we worked really hard to set up different fields and strategies before the tournament.
Yeah.
So that worked out really well over here. As a bowling unit, I think we executed at least 80 to 90% of everything that we learned.
Yeah. A good performance for you individually at the back end. Of course, you had a good run with the bat today, and also a fantastic catch behind the stumps. You've had your dad over here and your mom supporting you. How much does that mean for you going forward? And shall we be able to see you playing for the senior men's team?
Hopefully that's the plan. But at the end of the day, an individual performance will not win us the game.
Yeah.
So, yes, performed well, but still a lot yet to take back with the team.
All right. Tough luck to you today, but and the rest of the boys in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yash. That's the captain, Yash. And to present the Player of the Match award, I will invite Tony to present the Player of the Match award. And the Player of the Match is the captain of the Namibian team, Francois Duplessis. Francois, we'll start with the Player of the Match. Very good bowling performance from you. I picked up 3 wickets, only 12 runs in your 10 overs. Tell us what was the inspiration with your bowling, with the bowling today.
Yeah, we knew we had to go hard today to give ourselves a chance. So for me, it was just about keeping it consistently, not looking for wickets, instead looking for the economy rate. So it was just about staying that, not looking for wicket balls.
All right, you were asked to bowl fast and you were able to put a lot of pressure on their batting. Did you guys feel that if you got them up for a small total, then you could be able to have an easier second innings?
Absolutely. As we all know, it's hard chasing on this ground. Hasn't been a successful total chase yet up until today. So we need to restrict them to a low enough amount to keep the pressure off our top order batsmen.
Yeah, I know second place is not what brought you here to Lagos, but you've been able to push the envelope all the way up to the second last day of the tournament. As a group, what sort of experience have you had here?
I think we've learned a lot about our games, about each other. I also think we fought pretty well. After losing the game to Tanzania, it would have been easy to just give up, but the guys really put in the work with 2 great wins after that. So I think a lot of learnings, but we'll take some of what we did wrong home as well and work on that.
All right. Looking back on the whole tournament, some things you could have done better for you to be able to qualify for the World Cup.
Yeah, I think batting, obviously, we saw it in the last game as well. Even though it didn't really matter, we had some collapses in our middle order. Not being able to get back-to-back partnerships, it's a few key points, and then just maybe losing some focus with the ball towards the back end.
Yeah.
I think that's something we can work on as well. But I mean, overall, really happy with the lads. I think we played well.
All right, well done. Thank you for entertaining us. We had a lovely time watching you guys play, and wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. That is the end of our post-match presentation. We'll be back here on match day number 8, final day of this ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup Africa Qualifier.